I'm doing well.
That little green folder has,
All those flaggers along the road know where you guys live, you and the other officer.
I've had a lot of conversations. I've spent a lot of time waiting there.
I was waiting today and
Tyson, can you hear me?
and he left, and then the flagger said, "Yeah, he's really a hoot." And I said, "Yeah, you know, the police chief lives there." "Oh yeah, we talk to him all the time too."
Yeah, I got in trouble with them once. I looked down and the line was maybe a quarter mile away. I'm like, I can just catch up.
Can you also hear me?
Yep, we can. Okay. I'm going to put you back on mute until we get going. Thanks for being my guinea pig.
Oh, no problem.
Gal there, she's like,
Oh, one other question is, when it's time to speak on an issue, can I just raise my hand, or are you guys doing that?
Yep, you're up on a TV, and if the mayor isn't able to see that far, I will let him know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And they're actually looking at it. Get it. I wish if that was the sharing, we would have said it. Public and then before they put in. There's marks there, I can't see. It is a tough spot.
Yeah.
I thought I got it in the right order, not in the right head. They adjusted, like, where the white takes is 6 feet.
Yes, sir. I think it seems like, yeah.
Well, I know, but sometimes, you ever hear a quarterback give an audible on an audible? I do that quite frequently, and she kicks me. If I don't have a black and blue leg when I leave, it's not a good thing.
Be on record. When we go for break, we don't have to do that.
Sure. Who?
Gamecock. I won't have.
Do you want this pen?
Good to go? Okay.
I was just kind of remembering some of the other stuff.
Jim, what do you do? Really?
Yeah. Liquor ball went in. That happened like 2 weeks ago.
So anyway, I may call you. Not tonight.
Where's, your Uber's down there?
You're on the record.
Seeing at 6:02 p.m., I'd like to call the June 3rd, 2020 regular meeting of the Kenai City Council to order, and would ask if you're able to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel.
Here.
Councilmember Naxtet.
Here?
Councilmember Petty.
Here.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Here.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Here.
Councilmember Navarre.
Here.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Here.
Mayor Gabriel, you have a quorum. Councilmember Petty, does that microphone work?
Neither of these did.
Yeah, that one works, Jim. There you go. Yeah, you might want to slide over a little, Jim.
Okay, but you can, you gotta kick me like Denise does when I get off base.
That actually works.
Here, we got it. We're good here.
Sorry, Mayor Gabriel.
No worries.
Go
So,
ahead.
so to all the folks that are tuning in from home or, got us online here, Just to let you know, we are meeting in chamber. It's been a while. It's been a couple meetings since we have met in person. We have our entire body here. We are social distancing, so we've got things a little bit out of our normal environment here that we have had. So we do have a couple council members, Councilmember Peterkin and Councilmember Navarre in the back of the room, along with our administration that are scattered throughout the chambers here. So although it looks a little bit different, we do have the full body here, and just want to explain how that might look to you from online. Council, before we get to agenda approval, I'd like to call your attention to a laydown you should have in front of you with additional material revisions to the packets, requested revisions to the agenda packet. Add item D1, ordinance number 3127-2020, memo requesting postponement, requested by Councilmember Peterkin. Add item D2, ordinance number 3128-2020, memo requesting postponement, requested by the city clerk. Add item D9, resolution number 2020-39, supplemental information, frequently asked questions and applications, requested by the city manager. And add item J1, city manager's report, letter from the Alaska Department of Transportation, requested by the city manager. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve the agenda with requested revisions to the agenda and packet listed by the mayor and request unanimous consent.
Second?
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Next, we have the consent agenda. Councilmember Naxid.
I move for approval of the consent agenda, request unanimous consent.
Second.
Second. Madam Clerk, would you please read into the record the, is there anybody from the body that would like to amend that consent agenda at this time? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to please read the consent agenda into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Tonight on your consent agenda, you have the work session summary of May 18th, 2020, the regular meeting minutes of May 20th, 2020, action approval for bills to be ratified brought forth by administration, approval of a special use permit to Crowley Fuels LLC for aircraft loading and parking on the apron brought forth by administration, approval of a special use permit to Empire Airlines for aircraft parking on the apron brought forth by administration, approval of a special use permit to Everts Air Fuel Inc. for aircraft loading and parking on the apron brought forth by administration, a special use permit to United Parcel Service Company for aircraft loading and parking on the apron brought forth by administration, introduction of ordinance number 3131-2020, amending the Kenai zoning map by rezoning a portion of south 1/2, southeast 1/4, southwest 1/4, lying north of K Beach Road, excluding VIP Country Estates Subdivision Part 5 from rural residential to limited commercial, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on June 17th. Introduction of ordinance number 3132-2020, increasing estimated revenues and appropriations by $454.84 in the general fund, police department, for drug investigation overtime expenditures, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on June 17th. Introduction of ordinance number 3133-2020, authorizing a budget transfer in the Airport Terminal Improvement Capital Project Fund and appropriating FY 2020 budgeted funds in the Airport Master Plan Capital Project, Airport Snow Removal Equipment and Airport Operations Facility Improvement Capital Project funds for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning improvement, and the Airport Operations Facility and replacement of the airport's area-wide moor, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on June 17th. Introduction of ordinance number 3134-2020. Did I just read that one? Appropriating funds in the Water and Sewer Improvement and Wastewater Treatment Facility Improvement Capital Project funds for FY 2021 Capital Improvement Plan projects, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on June 17th. Introduction of ordinance number 3135-2020, appropriating FY 2020 budgeted funds in the Kenai Multipurpose Facility Improvements Capital Project Fund for installation of an exhaust fan and corrosion remediation, brought forth by administration with a public hearing on June 17th. And that is it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to any item that is on the consent agenda? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody online that would like to?
Would anyone online like to speak to anything on the agenda or the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand.
Would be just the consent agenda, I think, at this time.
I see no one raising their hands.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection to unanimous consent for approval of the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. That brings us to scheduled public comments, which we have none. Under unscheduled public comments, is there anybody from the general public that would like to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda or consent agenda?
Is there anybody online who would like to speak to anything that is not on the agenda or the consent agenda? If so, please raise your hand. Mr. Bettger, did you want to speak to anything that was not on the agenda or the consent agenda?
No.
Okay, thank you. There's no one.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item D1, public hearings, ordinance number 3127-2020, repealing and replacing Kenai Municipal Code Title 6 elections to provide clarity, process improvements, and increase voter accessibility through vote by mail elections. And this was sponsored by Councilmember Peterkin. So Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I guess it would be, we, as you saw on the consent agenda, is this the appropriate?
Yeah, let's go ahead and move it to, put it on the floor, please.
Okay, I'd like to move ordinance number 3127-2020.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3127-2020?
Mayor Gabriel, I see Tyson Cox's hand raised.
Okay, Mr. Assemblymember Cox.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I need to turn you up just 1 second. Okay, Tyson, go ahead and try that.
Can you hear me okay now?
Is that enough?
It's better, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to speak to this and let you know that we did end up passing that today. It is up for reconsideration at our next meeting. And so I don't know if that makes a difference on where you guys go. Just to let you know that that's where we're at on the assembly at this point. If you have any questions, please.
Well, thank you. Certainly appreciate the update. I know I was looking for it this morning, and I noticed that you guys hadn't got through your agenda and had to take it up this afternoon, so we certainly appreciate the update. Is there any questions from the body for Mr. Cox? Seeing none, well, thank you again, Mr. Cox.
Yes, no problem. Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the general public that'd like to speak to ordinance 3127-2020?
I see no one raising their hands.
Okay, at this time, we'll bring it back to the body, and I'll call on Councilmember Peterkin.
Yes, is this appropriate time to move to,
Yes.
okay. I'm requesting that we postpone this until, let me find here, 3127. Oh, it's on the back here. Until after the June 2nd meeting.
July 1.
Oh, excuse me. Which was rescheduled to June 3rd. Let's see here. To July when? Excuse me.
July 1st.
July 1st. I'm requesting that we postpone this till then, so we have time to, now there's time to work on it.
Second?
Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone ordinance?
Request unanimous consent.
Very good. Oh, Vice Mayor Moy?
Thank you. before we postpone, should we also schedule a work session, or can we do that after we postpone it? That's a question for the parliamentarian.
Through Mayor Gabriel, if you would like to set a public hearing, or if you would like to set a work session now, that would be great.
Okay. Should we vote on postponement and then do the, okay, move, or work on that, okay. So at this point, I know there was a requested work session ahead of that next meeting, or the meeting that we consider this by the city clerk, so Vice Mayor Malloy.
Sure, I don't have any objection to postponement, but I would like for it to be accompanied by a second public hearing in case members of the public want to, comment. So would I need to amend the motion to postponement to add a second public hearing?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I would move to amend the motion for there to be a public hearing at July 1 also.
Second.
Very good. Is there any discussion on the Councilmember Peterkin?
You need to turn your mic on.
Okay. I'm just wondering if that would be, if we should do it a little bit before June 1st.
Well, yeah, this was just this was a motion to
Oh,
add
okay.
a public hearing.
Okay, good. Great.
Is there any other discussion on adding the public hearing at the July 1st, 2020 meeting? A request for unanimous consent, maybe?
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you, Councilmember Next. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, we'll add a public hearing at the July 1st, 2020 meeting. That brings us back to the main motion of discussion of postponement to July 1st. And unanimous consent was requested, I believe. Is there any objection?
Yeah, I request.
Seeing none, ordinance number 3127, 2020 is postponed till our July 1st, 2020 meeting. That brings us to ordinance number 3128-2020. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes, so we didn't set a work session, though.
Oh,
on the
that's right,
previous
that's
one.
right. Oh, sorry,
If-
sorry,
if-
yes,
If we
yeah.
probably should do that,
Yes,
if you,
That'd be great.
I'm sorry. Okay. Because now that we've moved it to that.
We haven't been here
Now that
for a
we moved
while.
it that, now we know where we're at with that. All right, council, do you have any preference for a work session? On your calendars, please. Are you needing any specific amount of time, Madam Clerk?
I was planning a vacation to Aruba. No,
With
I'm,
quarantine.
Okay,
I
so,
will-
so
Never
you're,
see you again.
I've gotten a head start on
okay, we'd have to
a
have
little
public.
bit and would be ready in about a week.
Okay, so you'd be ready in about a week. That'll give us time to do our public notice also.
That's correct.
So we're looking at somewhere after the 10th, between the 10th and the 1st?
Yes, please.
Okay, council.
Mayor.
I'm wide open, whatever.
Mayor?
Yes,
It probably should be after the Assembly's action, correct?
yeah, they have,
I don't think that it needs to be after the Assembly's action.
Everything is on the table. All the amendments, everything, it's all out there.
We're not taking any action. It would just be to
We
inform
have to
you guys on
understand,
the
we
vote
have to
by mail.
understand what they've done and what they're doing. And we have to have the benefit of all of their discussion,
Okay.
their hearings and their committee meetings. All of that has to be known to us.
Okay.
in that context, it might be, I can see, I agree with the clerk that this is a general work session regarding vote by mail, although knowing what the Assembly did would certainly help folks to sort of dial in the key points on the work session. So they have a meeting, I believe, on the 16th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just a point of
yes,
Mayor,
Councilmember-
if I may, that will help us inform our
Yeah, I
decision.
understand. Councilmember Peterkin.
I couldn't see Tyson that well, but I thought I heard him say they just passed it. Am I wrong?
But they did have a vote for reconsideration, which will bring it back to their, put it on their agenda back to July or June 16th.
Oh, okay.
So how's everybody with the 18th?
18th would work.
After the evening of the 18th, 5 PM on the 18th, is everybody okay with that? That's a Thursday?
Yes.
Thursday, that's a Thursday, the 18th. Okay, very good. And we've already passed the ordinance, correct?
You've postponed
5
the
p.m.?
ordinance.
Thank you. That brings us to ordinance number 3128-2020, amending Kenai Municipal Code Section 1.85.040, records public to provide for a record retention length, and this is a companion to the ordinance we just passed or approved for postponement. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to enact ordinance number 3128-2020.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3128-2020? Anybody want to? I don't expect we're going to have a lot of comments on that one, Madam Clerk.
Does anybody want to testify to ordinance 3128-2020? If so, please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one raising their hands.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll bring it back to Councilmember Naxton.
I move to postpone ordinance 3128-2020 to our July 1st meeting.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, ordinance number 3128-2020 is moved to our July 1st agenda. Next, we have ordinance number 3129-2020, accepting and appropriating private donations to the Kenai Animal Shelter for the care of animals. This is sponsored by administration. Pleasure, Council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move to enact ordinance 3129-2020.
Second,
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to ordinance number 3129-2020?
If anyone would like to speak to 3129-2020, please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, no one is raising their hands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I guess I would ask the administration, since we've been under this agreement with the city of Soldotna rather for the past year, would you like to speak? Oh, I'm sorry, this is the donation. I'm sorry, I'm one off. Okay. Any discussion on the donation of $785 to the Kenai Animal Shelter? Councilmember Naxton.
Just a question for Mr. Ostrander. There's a list in the ordinance of the individuals that donated money. I was wondering if it was the city's policy that we typically send thank you letters for donations.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Naxted, I'm not aware if the animal shelter does send some type of thank you. Chief Ross might know how they recognize those folks that donate to the animal shelter.
The chief animal control officer does do a good job of thanking those folks. If she can by mail, she does do that. But I don't know if everyone she was able to do that by mail because of their providing addresses and so forth.
Thank you very much.
Is there any other discussion on ordinance number 3129-2020? Seeing none, I think I'll probably sum up the comments of the body by just saying thank you to the folks that have donated these funds to the control shelter, Kenai Animal Control Shelter, and certainly your generosity is much appreciated, not only by your human friends, but by your animal friends. Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet?
Yes?
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Navar?
yes.
Councilmember Glenn Denning?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on resolution number 2020-34, authorizing the city manager to extend the restaurant concession agreement in the Kenai Municipal Airport for 1 year. This is requested by administration. Pleasure, Council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to approve resolution number 2020-34 and request unanimous consent.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-34? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
this is just a continuation of business as usual, correct? It's just a re-up of
I
the,
believe so. I'll defer to administration. Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Glendening. Yes, this is a one-year extension of their current contract.
thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on resolution 2020-34? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-34 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-35, approving the Fourth Amendment to the Airline Operating Agreement and Terminal Area Lease, and authorizing the city enter into such agreement with Grant Aviation Incorporated. This is brought forward by administration. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move for approval of resolution 2020-35. Request unanimous consent.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-35? Online, Madam Clerk.
If anybody would like to speak to 2020-35, please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one raising their hand.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the body. Is there any discussion on this resolution? See none, unanimous consent. Oh, I'm sorry. Your mic is at a weird angle, Councilman.
It's the only way I can
Yeah, no,
see.
no, I'm just saying, I apologize.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I'll
not
wave
trying
my
to
arms
skip
and
over
whistle.
you there,
I
so
can whistle.
I'll call you, Councilmember Glendening.
Okay, yeah, just, we have a radio show going here, so this is just, Mr. City Manager, could you just explain the general background of the price increase and the how the contract is styled? Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendening. So this is the Fourth Amendment to the Airline Operating Agreement, and this is with Grant Aviation. So we've negotiated this for the next 5 years, and Grant Aviation has signed this and agreed to these changes. During the first year of this agreement, there are no changes. Am I not on? Okay. During the first year of this agreement, there is no rate increase. There is a slight increase due to the change in square footage because of the terminal rehab project. So they'll see a slight increase because of that. Starting in year 2, actually, there's going to be a 5% increase in the exclusive use space annual rental rate, also the joint use space and the apron space and signatory landing fees. In addition to that, what we've negotiated into this is that we are reducing the joint space subsidy by 2% every year over the course of this agreement. This is a subsidy that was put in place some time ago to try to lower the costs of the airlines, basically subsidize the airlines. We're looking ultimately, like as an airport, to get that where there is no subsidy. So what this contract does is it takes us from 20% subsidy to 10% subsidy as of the last year of the contract. And we would hope that going forward, we look to continue to decrease that subsidy. So these rates are effective July 1st, 2020, and again, it's for a 5-year period.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did that answer your question? Or was that appropriate? Okay, very good. Is there any other discussion on resolution number 2020-35?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember
just
Navarro.
to follow up on that, is there any issue when we sign these agreements or agree to extend them, sort of like the boroughs with the sales tax? Are they current with everything? Do we make sure they're current, or is that not only with us, but maybe the borough? And is that a necessary for the agreement or not? It doesn't have to be, so you don't look into that. I was just wondering. I know that we carried different things before and that, so, and I don't know if that requires an executive session, but.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Navarre, you know, I'd have to defer to Mr. Eubank, although I was just going to check with Jamie. I'm not sure how he can I guess he could speak into that mic right there. I defer to him to see if that is a process that we go through before they sign the grant agreement.
Mr. Eubank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Navarre. Yes, generally we do verifications on amounts owed. You know, in the case of Grant, they won't have a sales tax account with the borough because all of their transactions are exempt, so they wouldn't have a liability there, but it would just be liability to us. But that is typically a step we go through to verify.
Thank you. Any other discussions or comments on resolution number 2020-35? Seeing none, unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-35 is adopted. Next, we have resolution number 2020-36, authorizing a budget transfer to the Airport Fund, Airfield Department for costs in excess of budgeted amounts. This is brought forward by administration. Pleasure of council. By Councilmember Naxted.
I move for the approval of resolution 2020-36.
Second?
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-36? Anybody online, Madam Clerk?
Is there anybody online wishing to testify to resolution 2020-36? If so, please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one raising their hands.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any, I'll bring it back to the body, any discussion on resolution number 2020-36? Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta have my head on a swivel. It's usually so easy just to look straight down the dice.
If it's okay, like in Zoom, I'll do, it worked good.
Councilmember Naxted.
I just have a question. It may be for Terry or Paul. No problem with this. It's just, it seems like about $10,000 is overall is probably a fairly small amount in the fiscal year for the airport, and you know this covers a spike in that. But so is this? Is this sufficient then to cover us through the end of the fiscal year at the airport? If it's picking up something from before, is it maybe there's several questions. It seems like has the budget been for the operations for maintenance so close that just $10,000 over the last winter is going to make us not meet the budget at the end of the fiscal year? And I'm a little unclear on that.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gable. Councilmember Naxted, we anticipate that this will cover it. We don't incur virtually any overtime during this time of the year because almost all the overtime for the maintenance crew at the airport is associated with snow removal. We do try to budget accordingly for the amount of money we think we're going to spend in snow removal. In this case, we were just a little bit off. And, you know, it's actually a testament to the job that they did out there that they were able to clear as much snow as we did get this year and only go over by that small amount. But we do try to budget accurately, and sometimes we're a little high, sometimes we're a little low. In this case, we were just a little bit off. But yeah, this will be sufficient for the remainder of the year because we are not anticipating any overtime with the airport crew for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. There was a request for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-36 is adopted. Council, that brings us to item D7, resolution number 2020-37, supporting the Kenai Peninsula Borough Assembly establishing the Resilience and Security Advisory Commission for the Kenai Peninsula Borough. This is requested by Vice Mayor Malloy. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to adopt resolution number 2020-37.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-37?
Mayor Gabriel, I see Tyson Cox's hand raised.
Very well. Assemblymember Cox?
Yes, thank you. First off, I would like to thank Vice Mayor Malloy for bringing this forward, and I would ask the council to support KPB Ordinance 2020-25 to establish the Resilience and Security Advisory Commission for the Kenai Peninsula Borough. As a sponsor of this ordinance, I would like to just kind of let you know that the reasons I really sponsored this were, and you can look through it, but it's the whereas is about halfway down on the second page, 9 through 15, and they actually have to do with our comprehensive plan. And what they do is this is what gets us to what we've been asked to do in our comprehensive plan. We've been asked to form a commission for sustainability, develop a climate change action plan, focus on energy and utilities and savings. We've been asked to focus area of agriculture and encourage greater local and regional self-sufficiency. We've also been asked to look at our solid waste facilities and see what we can do there in recycling and reducing our waste and saving money. For me, these were a big reason to go here because we will be able to save money in those areas. A few of the other whereases talk about renewable energy and developing agricultural initiative and pilot program, which is actually being done with our land management division. So this really pairs well with what we're trying to accomplish within this comprehensive plan. I also wanted to touch on the action items because in the section membership, I really did want to clear up that there are 5 positions that are area specific. The other 4 are at-large seats. And the reason that was chosen is because we feel that there might be professionals and people that might be good for those positions that might have more than one in an area. And so I would ask that you support this, and please do ask some questions if you have them, because I would feel very comfortable answering them.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Is there any questions of Mr. Cox? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Assemblymember Cox. Just a question. The last thing you talked about is the selection of commission members, and it says 1 from a geographical area, Sterling, Kenai, Soldotna, California. That's 1, but that's over half the population of the borough. Is there any way to carve out a more succinct assignment of seating to a population center, or is this largely a rural commission that the home rule first-class cities may or may not be able to participate in?
Mr. Cox?
Yes, thank you. I think the idea is to get geographical areas and then use those 4 seats to get people who are professionals in those areas. So take, for instance, number 4, the Central Peninsula area, including Sterling, Kenai, Soldotna, and California. That was my question as well. And what the answer is if we have 2 people from the Kenai area that would be qualified and be good seats for that, that's what the mayor would be able to choose from, because they do go to the mayor and then approved by the assembly. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it starts to. I have a follow-up.
Yes, Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, is this commission subordinate to the planning commission? Do they report to them, or do they report directly to the mayor or the assembly?
Mr. Cox?
Thank you. In section 8, if you'll let me, I will read that to you, and it does make comment to that. The Resilience and Security Commission may consider and investigate subject matter tending to the development and betterment of the borough, now and in the future. It may make recommendations as it considers advisable to the Planning Commission, Administration, and Assembly. The Commission must request approval to make or have made energy assessments, analysis surveys, maps, or plans through the budget process. It is my understanding that they are advisory only.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just another question. There's so many questions, but let me just maybe ask one more here. How is this commission in function different than that of the commission of the Planning Commission? In other words, the Planning Commission is responsible for the comprehensive plan and has addressed some of those issues. When I was on it, they were addressed. I have attended meetings in the past, and the coastal initiative, I'm mischaracterizing it, but that was part of the Planning Commission. And I'm just wondering, is this an expansion of government and more tasking to the staff that usually supports the Planning Commission, or is there a plan to have them more or less collaborate and coordinate on questions?
Mr. Cox.
Thank you. My hope would be is that they are advisory only. So what we would do is have a situation where hang on a sec. I'm sorry. Are you still there? I lost some.
Yes, we're here.
I have quite a bad echo. I'm turning it down. What I was going to is it is advisory. So what the idea is that they will help the Planning Commission make their decision. It is still a Planning Commission decision. It's just now we have some people who are passionate and professionals in the fields that have to do with maybe environmental. Maybe environmental is something that we're looking at specifically. Well, then those folks, there are going to be people on this that are professionals in those areas, and they will be able to give their professional advice on that, and then the Planning Commission will still be able to make their decision. It will not be a decision of this group per se. It is advisory only at this time.
One last question.
Very well, Councilmember Glendenning.
How does the action of this commission impact the decisions, authority, and path in our own comprehensive plan? Say, for example, in a first-class home rule city, of which we have 4 on the borough. I noticed that there's quite a bit of cross-pollination, mentioning the cities and having maybe even a seat at the table. The only thing I see that really touches the borough plan is that we have a hazard mitigation plan that must be submitted to the Planning Commission and then is folded into the plan of the borough, the comprehensive plan. Am I missing anything? Can you set me straight?
Mr. Cox.
I guess first I would ask, there was a couple questions there. So which question are you asking?
Okay, the first one is, we have our own comprehensive plan. We're a first-class home rule city. We set our comprehensive plan and we collaborate and cooperate with the borough where we can. We have a representative from the city on the Planning Commission for the borough, and that provides city input for these subjects. I'm wondering if the actions of this commission would have any unintended consequence to the authority or management of our city. That's for question number 1.
Mr. Cox.
Yes, to answer that question, I'm assuming that the recommendation of this board would go to the Planning Commission most likely first, and then to the Assembly. So if the Assembly made an ordinance that somehow affected the cities, then there would be some sort of consequence there, but that's a legal question that I am not necessarily prepared to answer.
Councilmember Glendenning?
We had a similar situation with a gated community, and before I'm prepared to vote on this, I would perhaps like an indication or an answer. We have an attorney here, or maybe it's a borough attorney that would do that. I think my preference would be for this is I would like to hear the testimony at the Borough Assembly meeting, so that I better understand the full intent of this commission, and then perhaps get feedback from other assembly members. But that's where I'm at now in my thinking. Thank you.
Any other questions of Assemblymember Cox? Councilmember Navarre?
Real quick, Assemblymember Cox, in the whereas it says, whereas proposed Borough Ordinance 2020-25 further defines the scope of matters to be considered by the commission and establishes the commission's duty, authority, membership, officers, meetings, and duration. What's been the discussion on the duration?
Which whereas are you looking at?
Oh, I see. I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from the bottom.
Yeah, Councilmember Navarre, I think there was a section 7 addresses duration.
It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You're asking how long this will be, like how long we're going to have
What's the duration of the commission, correct?
Yeah, Councilmember
As
Navarre.
far as I know, I don't think there's a quit time.
Well, looking at section 7 of the ordinance, it says the commission shall continue until disbanded by the assembly by ordinance. So I presume that would be,
Oh, sections.
yes, on their ordinance.
I don't think it was a timed type of a group. It's one that we're looking to have work with the Planning Commission for an extended amount of time.
Can you turn your microphone on, Councilman?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I can follow up.
Sure, yeah, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not big on sunset, but I guess it would help if there was, at some point, a review of the ordinance sometime in the future, even if it's 5 years in the future, just to see how the commission is doing. That's just something that, as you address it, you might consider. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Cox? Councilmember Naxted?
Kind of first a comment. It's my understanding, I believe, that part of the Planning and Zoning, Planning Commission, with the borough has, the body has been reduced, and now the borough is going to increase by creating a whole new commission. So it just draws kind of a question, I guess. But I guess my thoughts are in the lines of Mr. Glendenning's first comment, that the central area is a very broad area with a lot of people. Kenai is being asked to support this, and we might, but looking at my constituents and whatnot, I want to know what's in it for the city of Kenai to do this. And it looks like we would want to have a seat at the table or a say, but in fact, the city of Kenai may not. And even if there was one seat, it's 1/9, and it represents maybe not quite half the borough population, but I was doing the math also, and I had come up with more like a third, but I don't really know. It seems a little bit lopsided, I guess, in that concern. I don't really have a big angst against or any problem with having a commission or anything like that, but I want to make sure that the people in my area in the city of Kenai are represented. Is there any wiggle room when you guys actually start to talk about this later on, where perhaps one of those 4 seats can be the city of Kenai? that would also be kind of consistent with the planning commission that the borough has, where there's designated seats. I would think that some of the larger cities like Kenai should have some specific representation. Is that a possibility?
Mr. Cox?
I can only speak for myself, but I would be open to that. I can't speak for the rest of the assembly. I very much think that might come up in conversation.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just to follow up on Councilor Nacksted's point of questioning. Also, if someone is to represent the city of Kenai, they should have the blessing and approval of the city council, just as it is with the planning commission. As you alluded to, there could be some vital topics, subjects, and perhaps even consequences for the action of this commission. It's kind of a deal. We have to vote for it before we know what's in it. I would like to see some more sideboards on this. And quite frankly, before I can vote in a positive way for this, I would like to hear the discussion of the assembly and the committee that's assigned to it. Is time of the essence with this, or can we have some more time to have a more cogent understanding of the situation? Thank you.
Mr. Cox?
Time is definitely of the essence because we will be voting on that at our next meeting. So much like your tabled mail-in hybrid resolution, if it doesn't come to us soon, it really won't make a difference.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Cox about, it says, seek funding to support the work of the commission. So is it going to be soliciting resources from all the cities that participate in this? Or does the borough have resources set aside for this commission? And is there a projected amount that they're looking towards to support the work of this commission, please?
Mr. Cox.
Thank you. My understanding is the folks that have helped put this together, they are aware that there are probably grants available for these kind of topics where it's environmental, those kinds of things. And so they would be looking for outside money that would be grants to study and to do those kinds of things. And that would have to be approved again by the assembly.
Any other questions of Assemblymember Cox? Councilmember Petty.
So is it my understanding that this is an advisory commission and none of their work has any type of jurisdiction or implementation on any of the individuals that participate? It's solely advisory. Is that my understanding, sir?
Well, Mr. Cox.
Yes, it is, and they are not paid positions.
Any other questions of Mr. Cox? I actually do have a couple, I guess, questions. So is when you read through the whereas, it is very broad. It looks like at what this group would be looking at and making recommendations on. And a lot of it has to do with energy efficiency, renewable energies, those sorts of things. Is this something that, do you foresee this as something that, like recommendations, especially if there was a fiscal note attached to them, that would be only recommended for borough facilities, or is this something that you see enacted through to private property or private homeowners? You know, what sort of pressure down could we see from, you know, private folks through mandates that could be recommended by this group?
Well, I don't know if I would use the term mandate. What I would like to say is more like if there's going to be a recommendation, it would be for people to save money or any of those kinds of things. Right now, what this is looking like is it's going to assist the Planning Commission first. So if they have items up that they are trying to make decisions about, they will come in and help with some of those decisions, give their recommendation. Then that will go to Assembly for approval.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. And for me, this type of legislation, in my mind, it can be a little bit scary. Not that I think most people, especially here on the peninsula, feel that it's important to be good stewards of the area, and they want to live in a clean, healthy environment. But what I see is some of these issues that are spoken about in here, I think are being worked on through private industry, and that all comes down to our system that we have in place as far as capitalism. People will capitalize where they can be successful and make money. So as far as energy efficiencies and things like that, and as they become cost effective, certainly those are things that we implement into government. Like I always, you look at LED light bulbs. Those are ones that now those are pretty universally used because there is a benefit to and it saves energy and money for the homeowners. So things like that, honestly, I see those as benefits. What I don't like is what I see like about the 18th whereas down here, where it says working towards the banning of single-use bags in Kenai or Soldotna, mentions Kenai, Seward, and Homer. Well, the other communities on the peninsula have banned bags, correct, and that's their choice. Certainly fine with that. Ironically, we're back to using bags because they're more sterile than paper or carry-out bags with the pandemic we're in. But I also never understood why it was just plastic bags. If we're going down that road, why do we not ban plastic water bottles? I just went beachcombing in front of my house here a couple of days ago with my grandkids and didn't see one plastic shopping bag, but saw literally dozens of plastic water bottles that had been jammed up along the bank there. So, it's things like this that at some level they seem sort of arbitrary of why, or don't necessarily, I get why they sort of make sense, but in the grand scheme of things, don't really, I think, accomplish it. They're feel good at some level, but in the context of the big picture, maybe isn't accomplishing what the goal is. So I've struggled with it. I'm not going to lie, Councilmember or Assemblyman Cox. I think these things are kind of scary. I agree with some of the comments of my colleagues here that I would like to see I don't like the allocation of the seats, and because of the fact that we may not have a seat at the table when we are the largest city on the peninsula. And then secondly, I'd rather see a sunset in there with an option to extend or something along those lines. Not to say I'm not being pragmatic and wouldn't want to see the results of the work product of what this commission would put out. I'm just a little concerned about the way it's written. And I did talk to Assemblymember Cooper, or President Cooper, about this for quite a while, and just explained to her sort of my struggles. She did a good job of explaining some of the points of this, and I appreciated that. But again, there's a few things about it. Not to say it's because I'm not for a clean, healthy environment and working towards solutions. It's just the way it's written right now. So with that, I'd let you finish with any comments they might have. Assemblymember Cox.
Sure, thank you. First off, you make some very good points. I would love to see those in your resolution, asking us to look at those. I think that would be a wise thing to do. And I would love to hear the discussion, because being only one assembly member, I can't make that choice myself. As far as the whereas you spoke to, I had read read that a little bit differently. I had read that as supporting the cities that were also doing some of those things. Not promoting that or pushing that to cities that aren't already looking to do that. Like the bag ordinance.
Very good, appreciate that. Councilmember Naxton.
I'd like to move to amend Resolution 2020-37 by adding a seventh whereas. It'll be right after the sixth one. And that,
Oh,
Just a
Oh,
point of order.
yeah,
Could
let's
we
finish.
hold off amendments till we're done with the public
Yeah.
comment here part?
very good. Is there anybody else?
Not gonna necessarily object. No problem. Yeah.
Okay.
But there may be other people that want to
Sure.
testify too.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Assemblymember Cox? Seeing none, thank you for your time.
Is there anybody
Thank you, I
else wishing
appreciate
to testify on Resolution 2020-37? Please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel Ben Becker has raised his hand.
Mr. Bettiger,
Mr. Becker, you can go ahead and unmute.
Okay, hello. I'm one of the many people who've been advocating a commission like this. And while I can't really speak about the legal aspects of the borough's ordinance, I do want to talk to you about some of the thinking and the intentions that have motivated this proposal. Terms like sustainability or resilience are somewhat vague, so I'm going to use my time to talk about some of the things specifically that we want this commission to accomplish. Our idea when we put this proposal forward was that it was an opportunity to tap the peninsula's large population of local scientists, ecologists, energy experts, agricultural specialists, and people like that, and sort of bring their ideas and initiatives into public discussion. And there are several things that are happening already, both in the borough and in the larger community, that this commission will be able to focus on, namely energy efficiency, things that are listed in the ordinance: energy efficiency, sustainable waste management, local food production, local self-sufficiency, and these are things I think we can agree on that are pretty essential issues for all Alaskan communities. And specifically, a couple of things that the commission could focus on that are already underway are the landfill gas project, which HEA and the borough have been collaborating on for quite some time, and HEA is fairly ready to charge ahead on, and the borough is looking for funding for its share. So the commission can be a venue for discussion of that. The Kenai Peninsula Borough Land Management Division, as the ordinance says, is working on a program to make land available to local agriculture. That's another issue that this commission would be able to assist on. There are several grants, speaking to Councilmember Petty's question about funding. There are several grants that we've already identified that this commission could draw in and help with community projects, such as the group I work with, Kenai Change, is collaborating with Diamond Ranch on a community composting project, and we've had some discussion with the Borough Solid Waste Department about scaling this project up. And there are USDA grants that would fund a 2-year pilot project in community composting, and a commission like this proposal proposes would help with that. The University of Alaska Anchorage is planning a technical systems program for Alaskan communities doing climate adaptation and mitigation plans, and that's this commission would give the borough an opportunity to take part in that. And in short, what we really hope to accomplish with this is not creating another layer of bureaucracy, but a bridge between the borough and what it's already doing, and the community groups and private interests that are already tackling these issues as well. And of course, anybody can already go to the borough with any idea, but having an advisory commission to evaluate and consider these ideas and open public meetings and make suggestions to the assembly really increases the likelihood of these ideas being carried out and being carried out in smart, pragmatic ways. So in short, we think it's an idea that could create a lot of good with very minimal expense, and I hope that you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettiger. Is there any questions of Ben? Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-37?
If there's anyone else, please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one else raising their hands.
Very good. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I just heard the last gentleman talking, and I'm one of the board members, actually the vice president of Maddie's Farm, so I just wanted to disclose that. I don't get paid, and but I am involved with that, so I don't think I have a conflict, but I just wanted to disclose it.
Did you say you're a board member?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, unpaid?
Yeah.
A volunteer, okay.
Yeah.
I'll rule that you have no conflict and can
Thank you.
deliberate and vote on this resolution. Mr. Councilmember Peterkin, thank you for bringing that up. Any other, bring it back to the body here, Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. And first off, I want to thank Mr. Bettiger for his testimony, and also particularly Assemblymember Cox, you know, one of the sponsors of Borough Ordinance 2020-25. I appreciate all the time that you spent here this evening answering, you know, questions of my colleagues. And I think that the questions that we have and the discussion, you know, to me, I'm hoping that that's an indication that we should, you know, approve this resolution. There may be some amendments that we would want to, you know, make to it, but to the resolution before it's sent to the Borough Assembly. But as far as you know, it's an advisory body. We do have a member on the Planning Commission. You know, one of our planning commissioners is a member of the Borough Planning Commission. You know, this commission is going to be advisory to that, going to deal with a lot of issues to help the Planning Commission to make recommendations to the Assembly and the administration. You know, as far as you know, there may be a member of our own Kenai Planning and Zoning Commission that meets the qualifications, or another resident of the city of Kenai that meets the qualifications and is interested, that the mayor could nominate. And in our own resolution, Section 2 provides that the mayor of the city of Kenai will recommend a resident of the city of Kenai to the borough mayor for consideration for appointment to the commission and for approval by the Assembly. And the intent of that is, you know, I see that as if this is approved by this council and the ordinance is enacted with whatever amendments may be made to it by the borough, that this would be like, you know, similar to how we do, the mayor, you know, puts on the agenda for the council, you know, the recommendation for, you know, appointment to the Borough Planning Commission. And I would see it as being something like that. And then we would know what the mayor's recommendation is, and we would, you know, all participate in confirming that. And I think this is the type of commission that it would benefit the city of Kenai to participate in. And, you know, again, you know, this, our own resolution doesn't require us to support the borough ordinance as written, and we don't know how it may be amended, but if the body thinks that, you know, the city of Kenai should have a seat on this commission, you know, we could also add a section that specifically asks the borough to consider that, consistent with our discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. Any other discussion on, see your light's still on there, Vice Mayor Malloy? You're good. I'm sorry. No problem. Is there any other discussion? I think Councilmember Naxted, Councilmember Navarre.
No problem, thank you. I don't have any problem with this resolution. I look at it a little different. I see the Assembly asking all the cities what they think about it, which I think is good. It doesn't put them in, but the borough does have to do planning and look at different issues that happen to it, and I'm glad they're looking at things like that. Whether it does any good, whether it's helpful or not, whether it's hurtful to the cities in the end, I can't answer that question, but I don't anticipate it being, because essentially there's nothing in there that takes away our ability to make our own call based on our class of city and authority that we have. And I'm not so worried whether there's a member or there, and I'm sure there will be, and in some cases in this type of commission, there's more than likely to be 2 members that represent the, or more that represent the central, but whether there's any or that, I just see it as a positive, and at least people are looking at it. But I have a little concern for the commission. If there isn't a sunset date for the Assembly to renew them, like 5 years down the road, because then there's no real benchmark other than, and as you know, elections are held every year on a rotating basis for Assembly and mayor and different things like that, but it doesn't always raise it to the level, and then if somebody did have a problem with it and they don't let it work itself out, if there isn't a sunset date, that's the time you should do the review, overall review. You don't wait for one issue to have raised its head and said, why did they do this, and we need to get out of it and that, but there's a proper time. And this way, no one's attacked from the Assembly or otherwise to say, why are you trying, if there is no sunset, why are you trying to get rid of this commission? What problems do you have with it? What that? I like the idea, especially a new commission, that 5 years down the road there's a sunset, and it needs to be reviewed by that body to see the effectiveness and, as it's been stated on the record, how grant funds are being used and so on. I'd support this either way, but I'd feel more comfortable with a 5-year sunset at some point in the future, and I'd probably support some of the other amendments that people, but I think we have to look at it as the Assembly and the borough working with the city, not working against it by trying to slide something under the table. They're actually trying to follow some of their comprehensive plan, try to give some assistance to the Planning Commission and the Assembly and the administration, and I think it can be, if people are willing to serve, as you know, that's our biggest problems in our cities and even in the boroughs, is to get people to serve on some of these commissions, and so with that, I'll end my comment for now, but I am in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council, discussion? Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, my position is we still don't know what we don't know. I would like to have had perhaps a little more lead time to help put sideboards on this, to perhaps more fully inform the Assembly of our approach to this. It says here that, for example, Homer, Sadovy, and Soldotna all passed resolutions in support. We don't know what those resolutions were, how they were viewing this proposition. And I would just like to have a little more depth of understanding so that I could perhaps full-throatedly support this, because as it stands now, I think it's a duplication of effort, both what we do with our own comprehensive plan, that of the borough, and then also with the Borough Planning Commission, they've pared it back quite a bit down to 9, 10 members, whereas if you go to the census allocation, they could have as many as 13. Why not boost it up to their full census allocation and have a subcommittee, just like they have the Plat Committee, and have them working together rather than meet ad hoc or at random times? I think it would be a more cohesive approach. That's how, if I was to support something like this, that's the approach I would take. It's the same staff that supports this new commission, and they overlap a lot with the Planning Commission on the borough. Having served on it, I can speak with knowledge. I'm just not ready to support it at this time with the information that I have. I understand that no matter what we do tonight, the Assembly is going to pass it anyway, so I can't comment other than I don't know what I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Glendening. Yeah, and I would just like to chime in before, I know you've got you're going to propose a couple amendments that I'm probably going to support, Councilmember Naxa, but I just want to say, just follow up on my comments that I think the biggest concern for me, and believe me, there's some great stuff in here. Who doesn't want to have food security? Who doesn't want to grow agriculture and maritime industry, aquaculture, within to make us more self-sufficient? Who doesn't want to drive lower or advocate for renewable energy or lower cost energy or energy efficiencies? All those things are great. What just concerns me a little bit is the possibility of where this commission can be hijacked, and then there's a certain agenda that can be pushed that has effects on the economy, everything's a balance here. We have, if there's recommendations, let's say, that put, a carbon credit type of system. I mean, those, I'm not trying to reach, I'm playing devil's advocate here, but those can have real consequences on our industry, such as, Tesoro, one of our best and biggest employers out here in our area and on the peninsula for that matter, or maybe not, or discourage new industries or businesses. So I'm just going to go on the record and say I'm leery about this. I'm probably more supportive if there was specific sunsets. I think that's one way I'd get behind it, because so that gives us an idea to monitor the work product of a group like this and see which direction it's heading. I do think we always work better when we put our heads together, and that's a way of saying that maybe this could go that way, and hopefully it would if it's passed. And I certainly absolutely advocate for a Kenai seat on that commission. We are the largest city in the borough, and with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Naxton.
Thank you. I do have a couple amendments, but just speaking to this, as Mr. Glendening pointed out, that the borough is likely to approve it, and that being the case, then for us to have a voice, it would seem appropriate for us to amend this resolution in such a way so it goes to them so that they can understand some of our concerns. Otherwise, they'll hear nothing. It'll be silent. So it's probably in our best interest to approve it, perhaps with some amendments, or just approve it. But at any rate, what I'm going to move an amendment based on what I heard Mr. Navarre say and the mayor as well, which wasn't really my first amendment, but I'm going to start with the end at the very add a last whereas to Resolution 2020-37 that states, whereas the City of Kenai recommends the commission sunset 3 years after its creation.
Second.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you look at Section 7 if it might be appropriate to put it in that section and then keep that or until disbanded by the assembly by ordinance. I'm just spitballing here, but,
Mayor, do we have a section 7 in our ordinance or
oh,
resolution?
I'm sorry. I guess it would be referring to section 7 of the, referencing that, of the borough ordinance, I guess.
Sorry, I was focusing on our
Yeah, I'm
resolution,
sorry,
so
I'm
I'm not
sorry,
sure
yeah.
how to do that.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just open it up for discussion. It is on the table.
Just add in section 7 of the borough ordinance to your motion.
Would you mind making that amendment while I look at section 7?
What would be amendment to the amendment? Yeah.
Yeah.
To amend section 7 of the borough ordinance.
Yeah, and to amend section 7 of Borough Ordinance 2025 accordingly.
Second.
Okay, very good. So maybe you could, have you been able to find section 7, Councilmember Nackstead? It's in there, which is just below our resolution. I just want to know how that would read, I guess.
It's on page 109 of our packet, so that would be section 7 duration. That's what we would be referring to in the amended motion. Councilmember Nacksted's asking the borough to consider that amendment of its ordinance.
Yeah, I understand that. I guess the way I was wondering if that would read that we would support a sunset after 3 years or until disbanded by the assembly is our intention to leave that as amended in section 7 of the borough.
Well, my thought, if I may, it would
Yes.
be that at 3 years, if the borough wanted to continue it, they could, you know, and in which case it sort of fits, they might. But the reason I picked 3 years was along the lines of what Mr. Navarre said, but is that, you know, the mayor's in there and for only so long, you know, and it's a shorter duration, so it kind of matches a little more closely to potential administrations, I guess.
Vice Mayor
If
Moore.
I may, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I think the borough will do their own wordsmithing of whatever language. I think what we're doing is giving them what our intent is about that.
Okay, but I was just wanting to clarify for the body what we're voting on, whether we're voting for just a sunset for 3 years, which is fine, or I don't care either way, just wanting to know what we're voting on. So could you read the amendment, or there was an amendment, almost an amendment to the amendment, I guess.
So I believe what we were voting on is we're asking
Mike.
them. Sorry, we're asking them to amend section 7 to provide, to, you know, put in a sunset of 3 years and therefore to amend their section 7 and accordingly with that.
Very
However
good.
they would want to do it. So we're voting on sunsetting in 3/7,
Yeah,
in 3 years.
very good. See the rest of the members looking at me like, come on, Mr. Mayor, we all get it.
Request unanimous consent on the amendment to the amendment.
Very good. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment to the amendment passes. So we have the motion as amended, which would be now to include the sunset language in section 7. Okay?
And again, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask for unanimous consent.
Very good. Any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that amendment passes. So we have resolution number 2020-37 as amended before us, and I'll call on Councilmember Nackstead again.
Yeah, if I may, it's the last one, I think, anyway. And I probably need some help if we're going to be amending suggesting something in the borough's ordinance. But I would add a 7th whereas. So this would fit this would be right after our whereas says the central area includes Kenai and Sterling and all of that. So there'd be a whereas after that. The whereas would state, whereas it is in the best interest of the city of Kenai to have an appointed member to the commission.
Second. Request unanimous consent.
Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that amendment is approved. Again, we have Resolution 2020-37 is amended before us. Any further discussion? Councilmember Axtell.
Just to be picky, in our fourth whereas, it refers to the mayor. I would add the word borough before mayor, so it says the borough mayor. It'll read, whereas the commission membership is to consist of 9 voting members appointed by the borough mayor, and so on.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Is there any objection? Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that amendment is approved. And we have resolution number 2020-37 as amended before us. Any further discussion? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, I have and perhaps it's an amendment, I have a question. Somewhere in the borough ordinance, there should be a definition of what a climate action plan is. Other cities have it or haven't working on it. We haven't had that discussion lately. We had maybe 10 years ago that theme and theory when we were talking ocean acidification and filled this room with folks. But is that something we're subscribing to, or are we just generally saying that this might be a good idea and we'll wait and watch and see what happens and hope it works out for us?
Well, I'll throw it out. I think that might be a little far into the weeds for what we're trying to do here, Councilmember Glendenning, but I'll let I'll let the sponsor speak to it.
Yeah, somewhere in definitions, and maybe we should have an opportunity to do that if we're going to.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
So, you know, I think that if the city of Kenai was going to develop its own climate action plan, it could do that. The borough ordinance wouldn't preclude that from happening. The borough ordinance doesn't require the city to do its own climate action plan. It's probably a good idea for us to do that, but you know, that's not you know, the commission is advisory to the borough, and the borough may develop a climate action plan for the borough, you know, borough-wide to address mitigation, like, for example, you know, dealing with drought and wildfire and stuff like that. And you know, they're interfacing with us. They would interface with the cities like Councilmember Navarre pointed out, and it would be good for us to participate in that and decide whether or not, you know, we as a city want to work on our own climate action plan. But this doesn't require us to do that.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you for your insight, Councilor Malloy. I would suggest that maybe in the concept of a climate action plan, we have it in their hazard mitigation already. So maybe my question is answered. I'd just be not anxious, but willing to see how the discussion develops at the borough level in the proper committee discussion, and then also in public testimony. As of yet, I'm not ready to support this without a more fulsome knowledge and understanding of really the practicality of this and the benefit it is for the city of Kenai. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on resolution number 2020-37 as amended? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Naxtat,
Yes?
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
No.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How long would Eddies would you like?
I have about 5-minute eddies.
Let's make it 10.
Okay.
10-minute
Thank you.
Eddies.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Jim. For all your questions.
This is total bullshit. This is right here. What do you need from me? You can't have my socks.
I think I just solved the problem.
Okay. I didn't have.
South back in like junior high. She's gonna be an attorney. She became a judge or whatever on the youth court and all of that. And she enjoyed that, you know, kind of break rules and all of that.
I'd like to bring us, call our meeting back to order here, and council, we're on item D8, resolution number 2020-38, authorizing the city manager to enter into agreement with the city of Soldotna to provide animal shelter services for the city of Soldotna at the Kenai Animal Shelter, as brought forward by administration. Pleasure of council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to adopt resolution number 2020-38.
Second.
Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-38? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to council. And I think this is where I started out with that previous one. So you might know where I'm going, Mr. Ostrander, but just was curious if you could give us a report how this, I believe we've been about a year into this agreement with the city of Soldotna, so maybe you can give us a little bit of an overview and let us know how it's going. I assume it's going okay because you brought this forward, but.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, it's worked really well for both parties. The collaboration between Kenai and Soldotna in this case has worked really well. It's brought in additional revenue to the city that has really helped with the animal control. And the city of Soldotna has saved money at the same time. And there's really been no issues as far as working between the two departments or the two cities during the course of the year. So yeah, we're very supportive of this going forward, and so is the city of Soldotna.
So win-win. Very good. Bring it back to the body here. Any discussion, comments from the body? Councilmember Glendenning?
No, other than we do have a radio show and people are interested in the collaboration between Kenai and Soldotna, and that very succinctly explained it, and thank you.
Request unanimous consent.
Thank you. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-38 is adopted. Next, we'll move on to resolution number 2020-39, approving a grant disbursement program for small business and nonprofit organizations utilizing funds from the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security, otherwise known as the CARES Act. This is brought forward by administration. Pleasure of council. Councilmember Naxton.
I move for approval of resolution 2020-39.
Second.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-39?
Mayor Gabriel, I see Robert Ruffner's hand raised.
Mr. Ruffner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel and members of the council. So for the record, Robert Ruffner, I'm working for the Alaska Salmon Alliance in this context, and just wanted to express some support for the city administration and council moving these funds forward and getting them in hands of the private sector that have been affected by the COVID response. So last time I was here, I updated the council on what the seafood processors in the industry and the seafood industry in general is doing to address COVID-19. And that was just prior to us really having some out-of-state workers arrive. And so just briefly to update you that, unfortunately, we have had some cases show up. They were, in all cases that the processors that I'm working with, their workers showed up and they were completely asymptomatic. But fortunately, we were following the plans that each processor in the Salmon Alliance had put into place to minimize the risk and exposure. And so by all accounts, we followed those plans and things have been really minimized our exposure and risk to the community here. But with that, there are some real expenses that have been occurred, both, in the testing process is not fully covered by the state. When we have to move into additional quarantines and isolating people, there are more expenses associated with that. So in the context of this grant program, what I really wanted to call attention to is that there are these expenses that are going on that are directly related to mitigating the risks associated with COVID coming into our community, and they're being incurred by both the processors and by independent harvesters. So, I have looked through the paperwork here this evening and tried to understand how the grant programs might apply to that sector in particular, and would just like to reiterate that there are direct expenses that we've incurred the tax structure, particularly for processors, but also for fish harvesters, is a little different than just the retail sector, where you can account for tax revenues that flow in through gross receipts to the city. So I just hope that they will take that into account when the program is fully implemented, and that the folks that have been incurring these expenses to mitigate COVID are going to be eligible, and would just really appreciate some consideration for that sector. And finally, I just will close by saying that, we fully expect that there's going to be more than $10,000 of direct expenses associated with the processors in particular. So there are other grant programs that may fill this niche, but we don't know what those are. There's a big package of funding that comes through NOAA that the city manager and I have talked directly about, but it's not one-to-one applicable to trying to mitigate the costs that are incurred by responding to COVID. So with that, I will pause and see if there are any questions, but just appreciate the effort by both the administration and the council to get these funds out on the street. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffner. Is there any questions from the body of Mr. Ruffner? Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I was privy to a plan early on in the operation, suggesting how the workers coming in from outside our area would be cared for, and it was very, very well laid out, and I see that you're following through on it, and what I appreciate most is the cogent, straight-up explanation of the situation and what's happening, and I look forward to further updates. And again, thank you very much for your efforts.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you, Robert, for giving us the report. And I'd also like to echo what Jim said. I'd like to thank you guys for handling this. I know we got a memo about it, and it was just very, I feel like it was well managed, and I feel like you guys did a good job of not exposing our community to the COVID, and that was a big fear, which most of this has been, it's all kind of been established on fear, so I think it's really good that you guys mitigated that and did a really good job of keeping the hazard contained, and thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Naxton.
Thanks for being here, Robert. And this resolution's about money, and you alluded to or said basically that there's been some substantial costs, or maybe I think that's what you said, with the industry in handling the COVID cases and whatnot. And perhaps in that light, it's fair to ask just generally what have the costs been for testing or dealing with it. You told us some of what you're doing, but what kind of, not what the dollar is, but exactly kind of about where are you with that?
Mr. Ruffner.
Sure. I can take a general stab at that through the mayor to Councilmember Naxton. So in the seafood processor industry, we're looking at well in excess of $10,000 to deal with what we know is happening right now and what we anticipate to happen over the course of the season. So $20,000 to $25,000 is kind of our best guess for the processor that's in the city. Individual fishermen is going to vary quite a bit. It depends on whether they're testing, how they're following the testing protocols. There's a number of options that they can exercise. And it also depends on the size of their crew. So most of the independent harvesters that are out there have their own company and their own business. And it really depends on how many harvesters they're bringing in from outside and how much testing they're having to do. So it could be, as little as, $50 to $100, depending if they just have a couple of people are coming in, but it could also be, a couple $1,000s of expense that's coming out of their pocket to pull this off. So that gives you an order of magnitude range for harvesters versus processors.
Thank you. Any other questions comments for Mr. Ruffner? Seeing none, thank you, Robert.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there anybody else from the general public that would like to speak to resolution number 2020-39? Seeing none, I will note that we had a correspondence that came in from Nate Berga with Packstar Seafoods that did not make the laydown. So at this time, I'll ask the clerk to please read that into the record.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. The email from Mr. Berga states, Mr. Ostrander, I have reviewed the packet for tonight's Kenai City Council meeting. With regard to the grants, resolution number 2020-39, that will be made available for Kenai businesses other than publicly traded companies, I would like the Kenai City Council to consider an amount of $25,000 for companies with a large employee base, such as Pacific Star Seafoods. Our commitment to keeping the community safe from COVID-19 is strong. We are going above the state requirements to ensure this. This has been and will continue to be a large financial commitment on our part. If the council would consider this, we would appreciate it. Thanks, Nate Berga, Plant Manager.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And seeing no other public comment on this resolution, I'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I guess my concern is on page 3, where we have kind of laid out the different amounts, size of businesses and amounts that we'd be willing to grant to them. Where it says like 2,500, I don't, my computer didn't beam up tonight and I don't have a copy of it in front of me, but I have my notes. So what I saw last night on the computer was, it was like $2,500 to businesses, $50K to $100K in gross revenues. Thank you. $5,000 to businesses, $100K to $250,000, $7,500 to businesses, $250,000 or more, and then $10,000 to businesses, $500,000 or more in gross sales. And I guess my concern is, after listening to this testimony and then thinking about, I remember Timmy talking at our last meeting where we considered possibly doing less grants with a little more impact. And so I guess that was some of my concern, and then I had one more other concern after that.
One thing I'm thinking about is maybe it would be appropriate for Mr. Ostrander and his team to run through this, and it might answer some people's questions, or members' questions before. So, and Paul, if you would introduce for the record who your team is that you had working on this, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Members of council, yeah, we've got Terry Eubank was part of the team, finance director. Larry Pursley is our project lead on this. We brought him in specifically to help support this process. Christine Cunningham, assistant to the city manager, was a part of the team, as well as Scott Bloom, the city attorney. So all of us, this is really a team effort, a lot of collaboration between the entire group. Larry was the one that pulled all the information from everyone together and did put this together. It was quite an effort, and there's been a ton of work that has gone into this, but I'll tell you that the response that we've gotten from folks around the state has been very, very positive. You know, I'm on calls all the time with other municipal managers and from around the state, and everyone is really working on this and in a lot of cases struggling with how to roll this out. And AML actually has a call tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and our grant program is the grant program that the group is going to consider. Both Foraker and AML looked at our grant program and thought it was excellent. Larry talked to Valdez earlier today, and Valdez is forming a task force, but they liked our program enough that they want to use that as their template to start from when they put their task force together. So I really think it's an indicator of the quality of work that went into here. Really, a lot of it is a policy decision, which is why I think it's important to have this discussion tonight, that ultimately council needs to decide what is the most appropriate path forward. You know, when we started down this path, one of the things we really focused on is what is the intent of this money. So we went back to the original CARES Act intent language. And it essentially says that they wanted immediate support for businesses and individuals to help the country in its economic resiliency. So it was about getting the money out quickly, and it's about going to businesses and to individuals. And when we first knew that we were going to get the 7.7, a lot of the discussion surrounded, you know, is there a way that we can use this for revenue replacement for the city? And we quickly realized that that's not the intent of this. And it was evident, too, when you looked and it went from Congress to the governor, and the governor turned it around immediately, tried to use the RPL process with the legislative body to say, hey, let's get this out quickly. They had some issues there, as we know, but when they found out that they couldn't use the RPL process, they immediately went to Juneau and got this thing out quickly. So again, quickly from Congress, quickly from the governor, quickly from the legislature, and when we got it, we realized that, you know, we need to act on this quickly as well. So that's why we've tried to push this forward as much as we could. We tried to keep it as administratively simple, and we also tried to keep it really simple for the applicants themselves. We have included the applicant forms for both the nonprofits and the businesses, and the FAQs in the laydown for council's information. But as you'll see from the applications, it's a 2-page application. It's really simple, and that does two things. It makes it really simple for the person that's applying, but also as we're going through these grants, which we could get more than 300 of these coming in the door, it's going to allow us to do that internally without having to hire another consultant to go through this. We put together a group of 3 folks in the city that will review all these grants, determine eligibility, and do that quickly enough so that we can then start paying this money out towards the end of the month. Excuse me. So if you look at the document that starts on page 120 of your packet, it does go through, you know, what we were looking at here, and as Councilmember Peterkin talked about, the first part of this talks about the different sizes of grants. And again, one of the things that we thought was important and that our internal discussions indicated was that this money should be used for businesses that potentially won't make it through this public health crisis. So those businesses that may have to close their doors because of this, that a $10,000 grant or even a $2,500 grant for some of these might be the difference to allow them to bridge that gap. And our focus really has been, how can we make sure that we're at the end of this, when this country eventually comes out of COVID-19, how can we assure to the best of our ability that our tax base will be close to what it was before we entered this. So we didn't think of this as a grant program that would, for larger businesses, would cover all of their additional costs that they might have had during this. But what it does do is make a real difference to some of these smaller businesses that may not make it through otherwise. And again, if you look at the CARES Act, it was all about small businesses. It was definitely about supporting small businesses, not the large ones. And you'll see in here that we've excluded C Corps and publicly traded companies because we didn't want those companies to be the ones that would be utilizing these dollars. And if you look at the amount of money that's in this bucket, which is $3 million, we're estimating that probably $2 million of that would go towards small businesses and another $1 million to nonprofits. If you look at that $2 million to small businesses, even at the amounts that we're talking about here, that $2 million will likely get eaten up very quickly. So that was part of the thought process why we kept these grants relatively low, so we could impact the greatest number of folks, and in particular those folks that this amount of money might be the difference between them having to close their doors or not. We also made sure that some of the grant programs you see rolling out here requires a business to be here for a multiple number of years. We didn't see the reason behind that, so we set it as long as you were here, January 1 of this year, we'll consider you eligible for this grant. So we changed it to that. We also, instead of asking for significant financials from these folks as far as tax returns or things like that, we thought that basing it on sales tax returns made a lot of sense. We've got that information readily available that we can go to. We can confirm those numbers when we're going through these grant applications. And then actually in direct response to Mr. Ruffner's question about PacStar. And I did reach out and talk to Nate Berga today, the manager of PacStar, and I talked to Robert as well. Their concern was, if you look at these levels, businesses of sales of more than 500,000 are the top tier. They can get the $10,000. But PacStar doesn't have that much in sales tax because they have a very small amount of their sales that happen in the city, probably less than $50,000 a year, a very small amount. But the production there and the net worth of their catch is in the tens of millions of dollars, but they ship it off to their corporate and then they sell it out of there from the retail perspective or wholesale. So they would be eligible under this grant because what we would look at is if they are in a business that doesn't necessarily need to report those sales, because they don't in that case, we would look at their total production, their total value, and use that on this table to determine what their maximum amount was. So in the case of PacStar, because of the significant amount of production and the amount of total value that they produce, they would qualify under that $10,000 bucket. We also were trying to consider what to do with folks that were behind in their sales tax to the borough. We settled on saying that if they have a tax lien against them, then they would not be eligible. So if they are in a payment program and they're staying up with that payment program, they would be eligible. If they had only missed 1 or 2 payments to the borough for sales tax proceeds, they would still be eligible. It's only those that are actually in the lien process with the borough that would be ineligible. As far as nonprofits go, we did increase the amount for nonprofits, starting with $10,000 all the way up to $50,000, and that's not based on sales tax proceeds because many nonprofits don't have any sales tax proceeds, so it's on the amount of annual income or revenue that they generate as an entity. And we also made sure that we included all nonprofits, so all 501Cs, all the way from a 501c3 up to a 501c, I think 19, they're all eligible, which is unique in a lot of these cases. For example, our local Chamber of Commerce is a 501c6, and under most of these grant programs, matter of fact, all that I'm aware of, the Chamber is not eligible for any grant funds. But under this grant program, our Chamber would be eligible for those funds. I guess that's really all I have, although I would like to defer to my team and see if there's other things that they feel is important for them to express about the process that we went through and why we've rolled this out in the way that we have.
Mr. Persley? Yep.
It's on? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, I'm Larry Persley, a temporary hire with the city to help with this. I guess to address the question of how did, after a lot of deliberation in City Hall, how do we pick the amounts, stopping at 10,000 for businesses, trying to include as many small ones as we could. As City Manager Ostrander said, we looked at the intent of the federal legislation and the state appropriation, which was to try to target as much as possible and get the money out as quickly as possible to small businesses and to help the nonprofits that are providing essential community services. I'm more familiar in my life dealing with the state budget, but the problem's similar. Every time you push at one end, something spills out the other. So if you want to give more money to bigger businesses, you're going to have to take some away from the smaller ones or take it away from the nonprofits. It's a zero-sum game, to use that cliche. So we did look at and consider that the very largest businesses, there are certainly more lucrative programs available for them, that they will have the financial, the accounting, the legal wherewithal to apply for. The Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority has $290 million they are making available in grants up to $100,000. A small sole proprietorship, mom and pop business, someone who's got a couple part-time employees is going to find it very hard to access that money as much as a larger corporation. There's the payroll protection program run by the federal government, SBA, Small Business Administration. So we didn't look at this as making larger businesses whole because they do have more opportunities for other relief than just smaller ones. The idea was to try to cover as many people as possible and get it out as quickly as possible. Certainly, as the city manager said, we may get more applications than there are funds, in which case it'll be prorated. On the other hand, maybe
we won't get as many applications as we expect, and City Hall would, or management would come back to you and say there's leftover money, how do you want to target it? That's also certainly possible in terms of, I guess, building on one thing Mr. Ostrander said, if for most businesses dealing with gross sales as reported on their sales tax return would work. Certainly there are some businesses that are not required to report sales or service revenues to the borough. For example, medical profession. If you have no retail sales, if you don't, nothing you do is subject to sales tax, you can get a waiver from the borough. You don't have to report sales tax. Well, we don't want to penalize them. So what this says is if you are not required to report your sales to the borough, such as a dentist or seafood processor, that we will look at taxes, financial statements, whatever you want that tells us where you fit in that range. You don't have to bring material to City Hall. In fact, we don't really want your confidential material at City Hall. Give us a call, we'll come over, we'll look at it in your office and leave it there. So we want to try to cover all the circumstances, and there will be some circumstances that we haven't thought about. We're just going to have to wing it with good intentions. Just last thing, as Mr. Ostrander said, a lot of cities are doing it different around the state. Valdez wants to get into a task force, and my guess is they could easily hit the 4th of July and still be in task force meetings. We did not want, it'd be hard if I were a city council member, I'd find it hard if a member of the public said, hey, I read in the newspaper or heard on the radio that in April the state sent you a lot of money and it's July and you're still sitting on it. Skagway, the administration for the Skagway borough actually brought to their assembly initial proposal of saying, well, let's take what we got from the state, divide it by the number of full-time residents, and give everyone a check for $1,000 a month for 8 months till the money's gone. Well, the borough assembly didn't like that. And they're going back and they'll come up with another proposal. So to sum up this, the city manager, a lot of work. We thought, well, this tries to hit as much of the intent and move the money out as quickly as possible on the expectation that most of it will stay in town and help. But no, it's not going to help everyone or solve every problem. It's a small drop. So those are just the points I wanted to add.
Thank you, Mr. Persley. I guess while you're up there, I guess you can take questions that we're not running back and forth. And
sure, I'm on the clock.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. First off, Mr. Persley, I really think that, and Mr. Ostrander, the team has put together a really good product. And I definitely support the idea of getting it out fast. And I'm impressed that you're able to bring this to us. And I really like, the lay down, because that answered a lot of questions that we had. I do have one kind of question that's in the weed that I'll get to in a minute, but first, I don't know if you're able to answer this or through the city manager. I'm just interested in who's the review team.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Persley.
Mr. Malloy. Myself and then a couple of staff in City Hall, our plan is to review them for eligibility.
Right.
Right.
And then there's a determination made.
Right. And under the process, if you're an applicant and you don't like the review team's determination, because ours is mostly going to be black and white eligibility rules.
Right.
Are you C Corp? Do you have a lien against you? You can appeal it to the city manager.
Right. Okay. And I definitely, again, I know that there's a lot of interest in the community. There's like some restaurants, for example, that are really looking forward to this, and for whatever reason, I don't know, they're not eligible for the state funds through KPEDD, so they're going to be looking to this program, for funds. I don't know what the reason is, but apparently there is one. But that kind of goes to what my question is. It's a little in the weeds, and it's has to do with the nonprofits, and it's on 6 of your document. And it's just a little ambiguous to me. There's a part that says, and this has to do with the eligibility thing, a nonprofit cannot obtain a grant through the city's CARES Act funded grant program for nonprofits while also receiving a grant as a small business, even if the nonprofit also operates a business enterprise in Kenai. Are you talking about a nonprofit that operates like a private business, or a nonprofit that has a nonprofit business and they're getting other funding? Does that really matter, or what? I mean, what are you driving at here?
Mr. Malloy, what we're driving at was we thought, well, what if there's a nonprofit that, say, runs a thrift store?
Okay.
Or a gift shop. Since funds are limited, like you can get one or the other, but you can't apply as ABC nonprofit and then also ABC thrift store, even if you have different bank accounts, one or the other.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you be more I guess I'll just leave, and when he asks questions, I guess we'll direct them at Paul. If Paul wants to deflect, then we'll go that way.
Give the hard
Councilmember-
ones to the city manager.
What's that?
Give the hard ones to the city manager.
Yeah. Councilmember Naxted has his light on here.
Okay, yeah, just, I suppose as a question for you, I was just wondering what your confidence is that the number of applicants are going to perhaps exceed the dollar amount. I mean, you've probably talked with KPAD or whatever. What's your, on a scale, what's your confidence level?
Mr. Naxted, what we did is we, working with Terry Eubank, looked at borough sales tax reports. So there's about 400 businesses that use businesses in Kenai that report $50,000 or more of gross revenues last year, but not all those are eligible. Take out C Corps, take out marijuana businesses, there's some others. So we looked at that and tried to ballpark at this range where that is going to come. We received a list of nonprofits from the Foraker group, nonprofits with a Kenai address. Looked through that, we could see some really aren't eligible or were duplicate listings, tried to apply to that. So that's where we came up with the numbers. My guess is most businesses will apply, but some won't. So, yeah, I mean, some may not because it's not worth it. They're closing down anyhow. They have a conscience. I'm not sure.
I see maybe Mr. Eubank has a follow-up answer to that.
The only thing I'd add to that, Mr. Mayor and Council, is that under the state program, especially through ADA, if they receive CARES Act funding through any other source, whether that's the PPP program through the feds, or even they're considering our program here, they would be ineligible for the state program and the ADA program. So it's likely that some businesses that will qualify for that, we're actually going to, that's one of our questions in here, is because what we'd hate to see is somebody get a $2,500 grant and miss out on a $100,000 grant.
Yeah, sure.
So there will be some businesses that take advantage of that and not our program too. So, you know, it really is kind of a best guess where we're at on the numbers, but.
Thank you, Mr. Eubank. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, I want to thank the crew for your targeted, comprehensive, and sincere approach to this. I just have a question about some small businesses are on the margin, okay? And maybe a lot of them might run it out of their hip pocket with a set of books.
Yeah.
Okay? With a set of books, okay? And they struggle with how do we apply for this? Other businesses, they perhaps have a banking relationship where the banker can help them. But someone who falls through the cracks in this category, I know of one or two businesses in Anchorage that qualify for this, well-known names that you would probably know about. But do we have a provision to help somebody that struggles with the technical aspects of the application so that they can be successful in receiving funds and maintain their presence?
Sir, we have thought of that. First, we're trying to get out as much publicity as we can using KPED, Kenai Chamber, Foraker Group to work on their membership list, mailing out postcards to the businesses and nonprofits on our list, in addition to a press release and getting it on the website. We're making available my direct line and email address so that if someone needs some hand-holding to get through the application, we also say that if you turn in an application and it's incomplete, You have to the deadline to complete it. So our intention is, if we get an application that's incomplete or clearly they had problems navigating the online process, we're not going to reject it. We're going to call them up and say, hey, how can we help you finish this? To get them past that line.
Mr. Glendenning?
Yeah, just one follow-up. Are we coordinating with KPED and many of these aspects in processing these type of applications? Do they come into the city and look at things, or are they just borough-centric, or is there a nexus, or does it not make a difference?
Sir, we have talked with Tim Dillon at KPED, ran some of the initial guidance by him to get his opinion, and we'll be working with them to get publicity to members, but the review will be done by city crew.
That's the key word, publicity. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Thank you. A couple of questions involving nonprofits. It seems like from the last meeting, maybe some money, did we change the amount that we were gonna, we kinda had it, I don't have the minutes from last meeting, but I thought it was like 3 million for business and then so much like for nonprofits, or has it always been that? And then I got another follow-up question.
Yeah, so I can answer that, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin. So it was, the bucket was 3 million for small businesses and nonprofits. And the way we've structured this, like I say, some of it's guesswork, but we're guessing that approximately 2 million through this process would likely go to small businesses and 1 million in nonprofits. That might be slightly different, but in the ordinance that was passed at the last council meeting, that bucket included both small businesses and nonprofits for the total amount of 3 million.
Okay.
Maybe 10, follow up on that, there's that separate bucket of about $900,000 that was designated for services that will, and that'll be a separate program, probably working with nonprofits or somehow to get services to individuals, but that's a separate bucket that was on your main approval.
Okay, yeah, because I was thinking of it as there was 3 million for business and then maybe that 900 what I was thinking for nonprofits, but maybe I just got confused. The next question is how many nonprofits do we have, and then do they have to be open to receive it? Because I know like some of them, like Boys and Girls Club's a kind of big one, and they're not open right now. So
Sure.
That's
To
it.
answer the question, they have to have been established operating in 2019. We don't want someone saying, hey, I formed a nonprofit last week.
Right.
So in fact, if they're closed now isn't going to penalize them, isn't going to kick them out of the program. The list we got from Foraker showed about 100 nonprofits where they had a mailing address, but as we've looked through the list, it's significantly less than that we think would be eligible.
And they have to reside in Kenai.
Oh, they have to provide services in Kenai. They may have, for example, Food Bank provides services for Kenai residents, but is physically located outside the city, so they could be eligible.
See, I mean, this is questions to them, but this would be a problem I'd have if then they got a bunch of money as well from the borough's 37 million, and we used up some of ours on them. I don't know, but I also am a big advocate for small business because I know just between two of our companies and probably a couple others, we provided a lot of money to nonprofits, more than a couple $100,000. So I mean, if businesses are doing well, then hopefully they're contributing as well. But
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Peterkin, if I could just address that last part too. Like I said, some of this is a lot of guesswork at this point. And if we roll this out and there is an obvious larger need, particularly for businesses in the community, the council has the ability to tweak those buckets that you approved during the last ordinance. For example, the 900,000 that was designated for individual assistance. If through this initial grant program, which will take a couple weeks to do, if it's obvious that there's significant additional needs for our small businesses in town, council could make the decision at that point to move money back into this bucket and have a second grant program that would provide additional funding for small businesses. At this point, we really don't have a great sense of what the need is or how much the response is going to be. And I think part of it is like Larry talked about with the ADA grant out there. The ADA grant specifically states you can't get ADA money if you get Kenai money. So there might be folks out there that don't apply for our money. We just don't know at this point.
Yeah, I was, is it okay?
Yes, yeah, Councilmember Perry.
Just to follow up, I was curious how I like the criteria on the nonprofit. It seemed like it was more impactful, the little, they get a little bit more money, it seemed like, than the businesses, and I kind of liked that one, and I was curious as to maybe the volume of, there's more businesses, and so go farther versus less nonprofits or something.
Correct. There are, like I said, the list of 400 or so, but as Mr. Eubanks said, businesses over 50,000, a lot of those are not going to be eligible. Nonprofits would be in the several dozen, so there's a little bit more money there. Just to, I guess, follow up on one thing Mr. Ostrander said. Right now, currently, the ADA is saying if you get a dime of CARES Act money from anyone else, you can't get it from us. And we do make a point in our, what do you call it, facts, frequently asked questions, alerting and advising applicants that we don't care, the city doesn't care if you get money from somewhere else, but another state or federal program may care, and it may determine your eligibility, so be smart and check with them first. Same thing with tax advice. We're telling people, we don't give tax advice, check with your preparer to see if there's a tax implication on the grant. So we're trying to alert people to, I don't want to say problems, to issues they need to consider to make their own decisions.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I have a few questions, but first I just want to make an overall view. As you know, last meeting I had some issue, but I think they've come a long way in this, and so I think it's, and I like the fact that you don't have to jump through a lot of hoops. And like you said, if we get the funds out by June, whatever, people have to make determinations whether they might be applying right now to both, the state grant one and then the city. That's why I like the fact that the city can have theirs. At some point, they'll have to make a determination if they get approved by the state, and just to say, hey, maybe I better not accept the cities until, after I receive the state's check, and then whether we would still send it out, because it doesn't appear we have any objection to that. So I'm glad we're at this point and we can get this out. Based on, I'm sure it's just a typo, but on our laydown page 8 of 12 where it deals with the application for small business, I guess I would like to have the opportunity to at least go to 15,000 again for grants over maybe $1 million of small businesses over $1 million, and maybe that might address at least some funding that could be offered separately for the fishing and some of those other that have to really make some impact changes for it. And there's a small typo under the $7,500. It should read like the others that say revenues of $250,000 to $500,000 and then $10,000 where it says. But that's a minor, that doesn't have to be an amendment. I'm sure you'll just adjust that. But I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to make, one more and just kind of go to 15,000 if there are businesses over $1 million, because that's pretty small in comparison. And again, I don't know if there is. The other thing, I guess, and I know the city manager answered some of it, but under the eligibility questions, I don't know if there's a way that if you could say, if my business has an unpaid financial obligation to the city prior to March 20th or something like that, just to to clarify that, you know, or maybe even January 1st, since we're saying someplace in here, I think I read something from January, start of January or something. But I'm just a little concerned that you might throw, or some people even reading it might, like if they didn't pay their water bill for March and April, isn't that a financial obligation to the city? And would that not make them eligible? Those are some of the bills, just like other utilities, that they would be using these funds for to help get themselves back on their feet. So I'm a little concerned about those two questions, both the borough unpaid sales tax and although I heard the city manager's explanation, I'm not sure that the person filling this out would say, well, that excludes us, and so they won't even apply because they don't know the caveats. Maybe there could be a question that you could ask, or, you know, make it a little clearer. That other than that, I think that went, and like you said, I think for the nonprofits, I think on these fundings, I think I think you're getting out the money quick and fast, and not a lot of hassles, and you included everybody. So I just don't want us on that topic of nonprofit. I just don't want to have one concern, as I raised last meeting, is our arts in our community, and I'm a little concerned. Not only could they apply for a small grant under the nonprofit because what their revenues are at their sale might be $2,500 or $5,000, but I'm a little concerned with the impacts of this COVID-19 and their inability. As you know, they're in a borough or city building that needs some upgrades, and they've had the support of council and moving forward. A matter of fact, and even finishing it, and whether it doesn't qualify for resiliency or recovery or those type to get that building up and squared away, because as you know, even the Rasmussen Foundation grants are not available really to help out those other nonprofits, and that's a direct response to them being able to complete their project and get that additional funding. And I don't want to lose the arts in our community, and if we don't act, I'm a little concerned there because of the other funding that's dried up, and they've been working on that, as the city's well aware, for a number of years, and they have a project-ready project that we should complete as a city, whether we take it out of funds that get transferred to the general fund, or whether it meets in these others. And I certainly want to look at that and move on that as soon as possible, because or at least get a report from your group as to whether that's ever going to qualify under that scenario, so at least I know how to approach the request from the city on how to do that. And at the same time, I don't want them, if they apply for a small $2,500, because they might do $50,000 or less in sales, or that under the small business, that they become ineligible for another grant that we might use under resiliency. And so those, I don't want us to create some catch-22 for some businesses or nonprofits that we're not bringing to the table, or we're aware of issues that have befallen them. And so with that, I'll just wait for your answer on that one, 15,000, and if that have a big impact, or if Terry knows how many businesses do over $1 million or not. And I'll end my comments for right now. Thank you.
Terry and I were talking about that. It's more businesses than you would think have more than $1 million gross sales. So as I made the point at the beginning, let's say it's 25. Well, if you want to do that, that's another $125,000 that you've just committed, which means it's got to come out from somewhere. If you're oversubscribed, it means you're gonna get prorated for everybody. So it's a policy call. How much do you wanna protect the higher end? How much more do you wanna open it up? It increases the risk of being oversubscribed or having more applications than you can afford at the full funding, in which case then, under the guidance, everyone would get reduced. I think, to keep in mind is, you're limited. What are there, almost 6,000 residents in the city of Kenai?
7,100.
Okay, so $3 million, that's $400 per person. There's a limit. That $3 million sounds like a lot, but it's not that much. So it's kind of how far can you spread it so it helps, knowing it's not going to help everyone as much as you want, but it's not a targeted needs-based program either. Some cities are talking about needs-based. If you do that, now you're going to have to set up a much higher level review, because if it's needs-based, I want to see last 3 years of sales. I want to see your financial statements, your taxes. Now you've put city staff in the position of making value judgments. How bad are you hurting? Did your sales drop because of COVID, or did your sales drop because this was the winter you took off to Mexico? So it's difficult. It really is.
And I also appreciate the point that you made earlier, Larry, that those higher level gross sales or gross businesses have probably more options, or maybe better options. So, I mean, there's that open to them. So I saw Mr. Ostrander had his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I would like to say, though, that, tonight is the opportunity, and like Larry said, these are policy decisions, which is the role of council here. And, the resolution adopts this attachment as it's written. And, if council feels it's appropriate to add a $15,000 level for businesses over $1 million, this is the opportunity to do it here. I think this is, again, like I said, this is still a guess for all of us. We don't really know with certainty what sort of impacts adding another level might have. This was our best guess, but it could be that another level at 15,000 we'd still have plenty of funds to cover it. We just don't know. But I just wanted to make sure the council knew that, modifications to this attachment, the opportunity to do that tonight as you consider the resolution.
And on that note, and I'll come back to you, Councilmember Peterkin, in a minute, but on the levels, is there any funding or amount options for businesses with gross sales under 50,000? Because it looks like it starts at 50 to 100.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. No, we looked at that, and the businesses under 50,000, and we had to cut it off somewhere. And you think about even a sole proprietorship, if you have gross sales of under 50,000, and then you subtract out your overhead and anything else, $50,000 is not probably a business that most folks would rely on for any significant amount of their own income. So we cut it off at 50,000, basically saying that those businesses above 50,000 are likely businesses that folks need to support themselves, and they're also businesses that are more more prevalent within our community. But there was, I believe, 700 or 800 businesses that had gross sales of under $50,000.
Right, and that what was running through my mind, and I'm glad Mr. Peterkin or Mr. Ruffner is still on the line, I think, is regarding individual fishermen. There's probably a bunch of the individual fishermen that aren't required to file sales tax, but are businesses in the community. And imagine many of those are under that 50,000, especially the year they had last year in the drift fleet, and probably a lot of the set netters. So I just have a few concerns about that, which I was wondering if we have. So, a lot of people have, or a lot of businesses can document costs related to COVID right now. And let's say there were fishermen that they don't start fishing till July. The deadline's June 30th. How do we capture? I mean, they might think the season's going to go fine. They've expended their money to get ramped up for the season. they bring their crew in, they start fishing, and one of their crew members gets COVID or something along those lines, and it impacts their business. How do we reconcile or capture those folks for Kenai City residents that might fall in that category?
Well, Mayor Gabriel, the independent fishermen, do they have a state business license?
They have permit cards, so they are required to have licenses by the state, yes.
Right, it's not a state business license, though, correct?
It's not.
So I think.
Some of them may, well, I take that back, Paul. I think some of them may have takeout businesses related to their fishing business, but the proceeds of revenue is derived generally 100% from the fishing operation.
Yeah, Larry, I believe right now that if you didn't have a business license, you would not qualify. That's correct?
Correct, have to have a business license, but to get, I guess, to your question, if a business, be it any kind of seasonal business, fishing, guiding, tourism, river rafting, if they're gonna wait to see how bad their summer is before they apply, there's not much we can do. We would, through publicity, try to encourage everyone to apply, and I think most would, because they know it's not going to be a good year. But you're right, if someone said, well, I'm not sure I need it, I'll wait and see how it goes, they would miss the deadline. Hopefully they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I think for some folks, they might automatically think that I'm not gonna have a problem, so they don't think about it until there is a problem, so, but I'm gonna circle back to that in a minute. Councilman, or Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I just wanted to follow up on that one a little more too. We talked about other opportunities that larger organizations might have through the ADA grant that smaller businesses might, but on the fishing side of things as well, I did reach out to NOAA today, and there's a grant program that's administered by Pacific States Fisheries that is going to issue $50 million in grants to fisheries-related folks within the state of Alaska, which, again, that's an opportunity that those independent fishermen and PacStar and others are going to have an opportunity to apply for. So even if those small fishermen might not be able to apply under the current guidelines we have now, there's likely going to be other opportunities that will help them offset some of those losses that they realize because of COVID.
Councilmember Peterkin?
Yeah, I'd like to dig more into each of these categories because I really felt like we were going to be given like $3 million to just for-profit companies, and then the nonprofits were going to be getting money out of another pot. And I'd sooner like to give a little bit more money to the for-profit companies and then maybe a little less to the nonprofits. I don't want to exclude them. I know they're part of the intent of this, but if nonprofits are getting money, as I kind of heard, like maybe $2 million are for profit, and then $1 million out of this $3 million is for nonprofits, and then there's another pool that the nonprofits are getting money out of as well. I want to really understand that right now, because my feeling is I want to really take care of the businesses that are for profit, and as well as the not-for-profit, and be more impactful to ones to, you know, I don't know that 2,500 or 5,000 or 700 or 7,500 or 10,000 is gonna really carry a company through for a year. I mean, it might for sure help, but I don't know. And then the needs-based thing's a great point. I mean, you know, definitely want to help the ones that need it to make it through, but I don't want to see our staff in that having to make those decisions. I get it. It sounds like right now, anyone that applies, if the money's there, they're going to get it, which is kind of a, you know, I don't know, some of them may not be affected by COVID at all, but maybe yes or no. But could we please just get a understanding from staff, like, for me anyway, for where each pot of money's, or how much are nonprofits going to get out of the other pots? So I'm pretty clear on it.
So, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin, if you look on page 2 of the attachment, it has the different buckets of money there. So you can see there, it's got 3 million for business and nonprofit entity recovery grants. So that is, and then these are the buckets that were established by the ordinance. So you can see the 3 million there. The 300,000 is something that nonprofits are not going to be eligible for. That's going to be direct expenses incurred by the city. The next one down, the individual assistance grants. We have not created that grant program for consideration by council yet, but there's a possibility, although there's disagreement amongst the team whether or not this will really work, there's a possibility that those grants could go to nonprofits that provide those individual assistance services to folks that are in the city. So it's possible that some of that money could go to nonprofits. However, that does create a sub-recipient relationship with that nonprofit that would require reporting, and again, driving administrative costs, requiring reporting because they're sub-recipients that I know Mr. Eubank is not supportive of at all. So we haven't developed it. That there is some possibility that you might see some out of nonprofits or some of that grant money that could go to nonprofits out of that bucket. And then the last one, city resiliency and recovery. You know, in Councilmember Navar's example, that is a project that potentially could come out of that. So I guess the nonprofit could benefit in that case indirectly because some money, some capital money was spent on that city facility to improve it. But none of that money will go directly to nonprofits. So the only money right now that I would say with certainty would go directly to nonprofits would be out of that $3 million bucket, which is both for small businesses and nonprofits.
That helped cleared up a lot for me.
Mr. Pursley? I could just, I guess, particularly for the listening audience, we harbor no expectation that these small business grants will get anyone through a year if their business has really been hit. The idea is to try to get somebody out to help them, maybe between this, the $1,200 checks that the Fed sent out, the early dividend, maybe there'll be another COVID-related bill out of Congress, but it's hard to imagine that at $2,500, $5,000, even $10,000, a business that has really been hit, this is not going to get them till next year. They're going to have to find additional ways to deal with it. It may help them settle enough arrears with their landlord, or maybe they're behind on sales tax and they don't want to get into a lien situation, or they were closed, they run a food business, they were closed, they're going to reopen now, but they got no food in the freezer, the fridge. This would help them restock so they can at least get some revenue in the door. It's a stopgap. Probably the best word.
Mayor, if I may too, the borough's got a big chunk of this money, and while right now we're unsure whether they're gonna be willing to share that money with businesses in the cities, our understanding right now is that they were allocated that money based on activity within the cities, and we're trying to figure out a way to convince the borough to contribute some of that money within the cities as well.
That was a question. Thank you for that, Mr. Bloom. Mr. Councilmember Naxton.
Kind of looking at the numbers, I've heard a couple of council members talking about increasing the 10,000 and, you know, up. Of course, a possibility could be to get rid of that fourth category and for the more than 500,000 and then put all that money into the smaller type businesses. But I like graphs, and you probably got some from KPAD or whatever. I was just wondering if we had a bell curve of the businesses that need it the most. Who's at the peak? Is it the guys that are making under 250 or under 100,000, or what is our? That would be the target, and then we'd move out from there.
Sure, Councilmember, we could get the City Council the raw numbers of how many businesses reported gross sales to the borough, but to your question of how many, what they need, we don't know. You know, we don't know in that list who suffered a 10% revenue hit or 80% revenue hit, or who has $20,000 in social distancing, point of sale, remodeling costs, and who had no remodeling costs.
Okay, I just thought maybe through KPED, since they had done 2 surveys, that perhaps some of that data may be.
I did talk to Mr. Dillon, and he said he doesn't have a number of business size related to business suffering.
Councilmember Glendening?
Yeah, excuse me. I would like to circle back to the city resilience and recovery. We touched upon it just briefly, and Councilor Navarre brought up a subject regarding a nonprofit that we have, but is located in a city structure, city structure. And it says here, the allocation will include City of Kenai capital projects or expenses intended to mitigate the impacts. All expenditures from this department will follow city code requirements. Is not some of the needs within that structure that the city owns could be looked at to perhaps mitigate the effect of the COVID? As it was explained to me, there might be an approach there. And I always ask complex questions. And my second part is, could we have maybe a little more definition or scope or sideboards on what the actual meaning of city resilience and recovery is, how we're looking at this $1 million and how we view it's going to be spent. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendening. So, yeah, the project that Councilmember Navarre talked about at the Fine Arts Center is a city facility, and if it was determined based on an analysis that it would meet the requirements, federal guidance under the CARES Act, that is a project that could fit under that resiliency account. It really is any type of project that helps to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19. So I think one of the things, and again, we haven't put together anything really on that bucket of money yet. Tonight is just about the $3 million, but it's relevant because it potentially does impact a nonprofit. But as you look across the city with that resiliency money, what you'd have to determine is which of those projects are the highest priority. Where should that money get spent? And if you go through that process and you determine what all these projects are that would qualify under the federal guidance, under the CARES Act, and you look at all of them and then you rank them on which ones are the highest priority of the city, those were the ones that you'd want to fund. So if the Fine Arts Center, for example, was at the top of that list and it qualified under the federal guidance, it would qualify under that. So to answer your second question, what does resiliency and recovery mean? It's a fancy way of saying this is money that helps to mitigate the direct impacts of COVID. One of those ways you could do that is through capital projects.
Could I ask a follow-up on the resiliency?
Yeah, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Petty. Go ahead.
Just real quick, are you anticipating having that back to us by our second meeting in June? That analysis or not?
Mr. Ostrander?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Navarre. Our intent was to try to tackle individual assistance next. So I would anticipate that we would not have that back to you by the second meeting in June. If the council wanted us to skip to resiliency and recovery, those capital type things before we look to tackle individual assistance, we could. The thought was, back to the intent of the CARES Act, get it out fast to small businesses and individuals. We wanted to make sure we get that rolled out first and then look at the resiliency last.
With this action tonight, that will take care of, you're talking about the $3 million pool? I mean, you'll have direction, people will be applying, you'll have to do it. Are you gonna be working on the marketing piece that you talked about? What's, maybe at the next meeting, can you give us a timetable as to, because it's my understanding we have to accomplish those things by December of 2020, and so I'm not trying to push you. I'm willing to move on this tonight. I think in some kinds, sorry, I'll hold my, I don't want to take away Ms. Betty. I'll get back into my, but the follow through just on that issue.
Councilmember Petty?
Thank you. I would like to say that I graciously appreciate this not being, I like the simplicity of this, and that we leave it up to the individual businesses for their needs, and that we're not making judgment calls on whether or not you rank in a hierarchy of greater need than this other individual, that they just, if they make an application and the resources are available, then the resources are available. And I appreciate you, the committee, making it in that determination and not making these judgment calls, because you can get lost in the weeds, and getting these resources out in an expedient manner, doing it in that manner does help that. One of my questions is, with our nonprofits that we have here in our community, if they utilize these resources from the city, does that disallow them for other opportunities for grants? Or is that just primarily for profitable businesses? Thank you.
As other state or federal programs are writing their rules, my understanding is it could also exclude a nonprofit. So I guess if we would coach people to be sure if you're limited to one, you get the one that does you the most good, to answer the question. And that's something I was going to talk to Mr. Bloom at some point about. So if, for example, the ADA program says you can't get money from someone and get money from us, if we were to approve a business for a grant, for example, and then they finally realize, oh, I'm better off with ADA, could they still qualify for ADA as long as they don't open the envelope and cash our check? So my intent would be to coach and help them as much as we can under the law so it works out best for them. There's some pressure on ADA to change that silly rule anyhow.
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I'm really hoping that ADA changes its stance, because a lot of municipalities have already given out money and very small amounts of money to businesses. And if that disqualifies them, it's just not equitable or fair, I don't think. So I'm really hoping we will see ADA change. I think the idea, the reason for it is, they don't want somebody to apply for ADA, get money, apply for us, get money, and end up with more money than maybe their fair share. But there should be other ways to deal with that than just precluding people.
Mr. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, if we want to, I know we're talking specifically about this $3 million, and if I as a councilman and hopefully some of the others want to tweak this a little bit tonight, should I do that in the form of
An amendment, yes.
amendment? Okay, because I think I have two coming. And then another thing, I don't want to get carried away, but there's businesses in our town that could apply for this that have not been very much affected at all. I mean, we have oil businesses, we have fish businesses, we have retail businesses, probably retail, and people that rely on visitors and things have been probably affected the most. We have businesses in our airport that are getting very little business. But then some oil company down the street, maybe because the price of oil fell, they're hurting, but they may end up with some, small contract or something. So I don't know if you should, I don't want to get us into business or down the road needs, but maybe just one question that says, have you been affected at all by COVID? Or one line, that forces them to, if we're talking about the red face test on changing out the bathroom in the art center, and then we let somebody that hasn't been affected at all by COVID get a $10,000 check from us, how'd that pass the red face test? So maybe you have a good answer.
Mr. Persley?
The application does ask, was your business impacted by the COVID health? And to get to the question, the larger retailers, Safeway, Walmart, are not eligible. Chevron is not eligible. Holiday is not eligible. There are a lot of those larger businesses that we have excluded.
I was thinking like GLM Machine, or I don't think they would apply, but ones that are you know, maybe hurting because the price of oil went to zero this year, and they're gonna throw in their number, and it had nothing to do with COVID, and maybe there's just a percentage that we can't catch.
Well, in a way, in that sense, it did relate to COVID because no one was traveling in the.
Right, it is
yeah,
COVID
so,
related.
yeah, so.
Well, and if I might, Mayor
Mr.
Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin, we're asking businesses to apply for this if they've been impacted, which is why we asked the question. And then they have to sign that document and state that everything I've said on this application is true. So we're asking them to do that, and there will potentially be folks that look to take advantage of that. But trying to keep it as simple as possible, I think that's something that we're gonna have to be subject to a certain extent. And I have general faith that people are gonna look at this and apply for it when they need it. And that's what we're counting on here. And it does require their signature stating that everything they put on the application is true.
Well, Mr. Ostrander, that kind of goes back to the point that I talked about as far as timing for, you know, the fishing community, because if they're saying sort of a testing to that, and as you said, they should apply for it, I'm getting a little confused here.
Mr. Mayor, I would think seafood processors know by June 30 they have been impacted. Maybe they haven't gotten all the bills for housing.
Yeah, I'm talking about individual fishermen whose season hasn't started yet.
But wouldn't they by June 30 know they're already going to incur additional costs? They may not have paid the bills, the invoices haven't come, but I would think they're watching their business, they're watching fish prices. In good faith, they could check the box and say, yes, I'm
Okay,
going to
that's,
be impacted.
yeah, they might not make that leap until it, like I said, season's underway, and it affects them through, you know, someone getting, their processor shutting down for 2 days because, their crew got in the, you know, the state shut them down till they cleaned up, and they lost, you know, their source or their ability to sell their fish. You know, those types of things that are real possibilities, but just haven't panned out yet. So clearly that would have a large effect on, and I see Mr. Bloom with his hand up.
Sorry, I was just going to suggest that maybe we could do some outreach specifically towards independent permit holders and give them some examples of what we think would qualify as COVID-related expenses that would allow them to apply for this. You know, we're not asking, did you incur $10,000 of expenses? We're just asking you, have you incurred any expenses?
Right.
And what's your gross?
Yeah.
And so maybe through outreach, we could say, look, if, you know, if fish prices are lower because restaurants are closed and they're not buying product, that's a qualifying expense.
And, okay, I see Mr. Eubank with his hand up there.
And the only thing I'd add, I was on a call with Alaska government finance officers the other day, and I had to point this out in that group too, is that under the CARES Act guidance to us, it's very apparent that municipalities cannot use these funds for revenue replacement. However, businesses can. Businesses absolutely can. This isn't necessarily about whether these businesses incurred expenses as related to the pandemic. This is, did they lose revenue as a result of the pandemic? Were their sales down? I mean, there's a variety of different ways that they can show impact. It's not just about expenses. So, you know, I just want to caution everybody focusing on the expense side because it can be used for revenue replacement for the small businesses out there.
Okay, thanks, Terry. And I guess where I'm at with it, I would, you know, I'll probably pass the gavel. We'll see how this goes, but I would actually advocate for an amendment to include fishing permits for Kenai City residents, because that is something just like a business license that requires them that they have to conduct their business. They hire crew, they hire employees, they spend money here, and then also look, I would be open to, and maybe a question for Terry regarding how many, or roughly, I guess, how many businesses we have that are between 25,000 and 50, and move that goalpost down a little bit and go to like $1,000 for gross revenues of 20, or gross revenues of 25 to 50. Anyway, that's sort of running through my mind, just to give the body something to think about. And then I got one other question, Mr. Ostrander. city employees and their families, are they eligible? I mean,
Yes.
if they have a
Yes.
family business or,
Yep.
okay, just want to make sure they're not disqualified. Councilmember Glendon.
Yeah, just, help me understand. There was a discussion, and I'm not sure if it's in this legislation or not, but there is various tranches of money that are available over time through the year, and by a date certain, you have to spend a certain sum of a given, a certain percentage of a given amount before you're eligible for the next. Is this the sequence that we are in, or are we just talking about the June timeframe and there's something else yet to come? It will just help clarify in my mind where we're at with this.
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendening. Yeah, so there's 3 buckets of money, and the first bucket we'll be getting here in the next couple of weeks, and 80% of that does have to be spent before you can get the second bucket on July 1. We get, I don't know what the exact numbers are, I have it here somewhere, but we get approximately $4.5 million, I think, in the first bucket, and then several other buckets that make up the total of $7.7 million. So we're talking about the total amount of revenue that we're going to receive over the course of the year, starting now or in the next couple of weeks, then another payment in July 1, and then the last payment October 1. So those all equal the $7.7 million. So this $3 million that we're talking about now, in addition to the $2.5 million that's already been dedicated to payroll expenses for first responders, police, fire, and dispatch, that's going to make up $5.5 million. So that's going to eat up this entire amount that we receive initially, and will actually extend into the next bucket of money that we get on July 1.
Just to follow up, so that illustration may give some hope to fishermen that maybe don't have a clue what's happening now to June 30th, but in July they will know, and there'll be money available. I'm just saying it's not a zero-sum game. There may be some way we can assist or project their needs and their eligibility. It's a tool that we perhaps could use. I'm just throwing it out as a hope and a suggestion.
Mr. Ostrander?
Yeah, if I could expand a little bit about the fishermen, one of the things we've talked about tonight is the list of businesses that have proceeds in excess of $50,000, and we've got 430 of them or so. Very few of those, is my understanding, are fishermen. There might be a couple in there, a handful. So the numbers we're looking at doesn't include the fishermen, the independent fishermen right now. And if we were to look to do that, we would have to change our language slightly, because right now it requires a state business license. We could say state business license or similar, but what council needs to be aware of, if we do that, the qualifying criteria for those folks, is it that they deliver their fish in the city? Is it that they live in the city? Their business isn't located in the city because they're independent fishermen fishing out in the Cook Inlet or at their set net site. But if we were to extend it to anyone who delivers into the city, we're probably talking about doubling the number of businesses that would be eligible for this. So it's a big change to the way we proposed to lay this out now, in that most of those fishermen would not qualify under this grant. But hopefully, they would qualify under the Pacific States grant with that $50 million. So I just want to make sure we're clear that right now, the way this is written, we're not considering that group of businesses as a part of the group that would be eligible for this. And if we did, it would change things significantly.
Just one thing, we do have fishing permits within the city, set netters, and I was really thinking about them as an example. And maybe we could just keep a little checkbox for them to see how they do qualify. And if we have to modify our stance to make sure that they are eligible, perhaps we could or should address that. But thank you for listening.
Can I ask you a quick question, Mayor Gabriel? I know that if you sell your fish, process any of your fish and sell them, you need a state business license as well as a DEC license. Do you think most of the set netters in the city do a little bit of small scale processing or direct sales?
There's quite a few of them that do direct sales. They wouldn't need a business license to do catcher-seller sales. So to someone who has a set net site, let's say, and someone wants to come down and buy fish, they have to have a catcher-seller permit, but they don't have to have a business license. So it's sort of add-on permit. For the folks that have those, or do some of their direct marketing, or maybe processing, I think a lot of them would struggle to hit that $50,000 threshold, to be honest with you. What my intention or thought was, and certainly open to discussion, was to CFEC obviously you can get a list of Kenai City resident permit holders. And, you know, as you're talking, I was thinking more of the salmon season, not necessarily ground line, because I think those might be sold somewhere else, but residents that reside in the city and sell their catch to city Kenai processors, something along those lines. I don't know if they'll reduce that number, or I'm just trying to find a way to say, you know, the fishing industry is important to this. Commercial fishing industry is important, and it's not like unlike a guide who has a business license and can show an impact or check that box is eligible, right, if they have a business license. But I don't think it's right to say, well, because you don't have a business license, we're going to forego this other group of folks. That's what I'm struggling with right now.
Mayor, if I could just say one thing on that, you know, and with Councilmember Glendenning's comment about set-nets being located in the city, if we've got a set-net location that's in the city, they've got a physical presence, they don't have a state business license, but let's say we were to change it to say state business license or similar, they have a physical presence because their set-net site is in the city of Kenai. If we made that small change, those folks would be eligible.
Well, and the other thing is you also got the entire drift fleet too. That a lot of them are city residents that, you know, they just, because the boundaries of where they fish don't necessarily want to be within the city limits. And I'm open to discussion on this. Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I think we need to get to where we start making amendments and either up or down, and because I want to see this passed tonight. I still have the two questions on if there's any concern with the financial obligation to the city and what that really means, and if that can be clarified, or if...
We will take care of that administratively and back it up to January 1st, no problem. We'll take care of that and take care of it for you.
I think we can do that administratively. The intent is not if you're 15 days behind your utility bills, but there's something significant in this.
Okay, yeah, then that answers that question. So for the most part, I'm good. I heard the explanation on the 15,000, so I won't be moving that amendment if somebody else is going to, but I'm not going to raise that higher level other than that corrected thing. And on the nonprofit side, if I understood you correctly, and again, I just want to clarify, there's 410 small businesses and there's 106 nonprofits, and we have $3 million approximately. It's my understanding you said approximately $2 million for small business and $1 million for the nonprofit, correct?
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Navarre, that's what we're
Approximately,
guessing.
give or take a...
And I would say that those numbers are inflated. The 400 and some is likely much smaller than that. And the nonprofits, there's not over 100 that would qualify. I'm confident of that too. So those numbers are much lower than that.
Right. So, and as I stated at the last meeting about having a bigger pot, I think that for the nonprofits where we can give them a 50,000 instead of we were talking about 10,000, you know, for everybody, or at least that's how I interpret it. I think that goes a long way because that impacts a lot of our residents, both the Boys and Girls Club, both, you know, even some of your fraternal organizations that give out thousands of dollars a year, if they go away, that they give to scholarships and our high school kids and a number of other, that they raise funds and they give back to the community. That'd be a big loss when we look at our community as a whole if they don't. And I know some of them are just teetering because they operated on a day-to-day and gave a lot of their money away thinking, okay, tomorrow will come again, and when we need some money, we'll have a fundraiser. And they've been hurt pretty bad by not being able to operate or even be able to meet. But, so I don't know where this is going, how many they'll, will, and the number and the dollar amount, but I like what I see. I do hear, Mayor Gabriel, and maybe Mayor, if it's appropriate, we could take a short minute break and we can look and see if there's an amendment that can be made in the proper place for how that would be, just so it could get voted up or down, and make sure they don't have a problem with, the qualifications of it or whatever, or who we miss. Maybe we have to wait and see who we miss with some of the other funds, because whenever you draw a line, there's always people on this side and that side. So, as you pointed out, even those businesses that do less than 50,000. So at some point, we're gonna have a line, but and again, I can't thank you enough for making it so simple. A 2-page form and a signature, I think that, that's what people really, that's what real small businesses, and some of them, and as Councilman Peterkin mentioned, I think you're gonna see a lot of these businesses that don't need this, you know, that they'll get by. They're gonna leave this funds for the smaller group, so I hope it works out. Thank you.
Mr. Persley?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps as people think about amendments and drawing a line, Mr. Eubank has the numbers. If you wanted to include businesses between 25 and 50,000, how many more businesses you would?
And just run it through my mind, because it just gives me an idea what level of a grant you could apply to it, whether it's 1,000, 750, 500.
So I can answer a couple of questions. You know, Mr. Navarre raised over $1 million. There are 72 businesses that had gross sales in the city of over $1 million in 2019. There's 61 businesses that had between $500,000 and $1 million in sales. There are 54 businesses that had between $250,000 and $500,000. There are 55 businesses that had between $100,000 and $250,000. There are 51 businesses that had sales between $50,000 and $100,000. And then if you drop between 25 and 50,000, there were 125 businesses.
Those were, and just for clarification, those were business licensed people with business licenses, or the ability to collect sales tax.
This is based solely on sales tax data.
On sales.
These are people that reported gross sales to us, to the borough on their sales tax return.
But Mayor Gabriel, I just want to point out, and Terry, is it true that if fishermen are selling for resale, they're not going to be reporting gross sales to the borough, so that wouldn't capture them?
I don't know that for sure. They could be reporting their gross. If they're reporting to the borough at all, they would be included on this list. If the borough says you don't have to report to us, they would not be on this list.
Because they don't have any taxable sales.
This is on gross, not taxable. These numbers are on gross sales, not taxable sales, so. And I will caution, if I just, you know, all those numbers include those businesses, C Corps that aren't gonna be eligible, publicly traded ones that aren't gonna be eligible. But it doesn't include doctors. It doesn't include the dentists. It doesn't include those other businesses. You know, Grant Aviation is, I think, could be a prime candidate. You know, they have a presence here in the community, but they don't report any sales to the borough. So, you know, there is a little bit of caution in those numbers. I just want to provide information. I'm certainly not trying to enter into your debate, but I can tell you when we looked at this, and we looked at $50,000 as the threshold. When you look on a gross sales standpoint, we eliminated like 60% of the businesses by going to $50,000. We eliminated less than 1% of total gross sales reported in the city. So, I mean, you have a tremendous amount of businesses at the bottom end of this that are, you know, for lack of better terms, maybe a hobby type business where they're really not generating a lot of sales. And the other thing, part of the discussion that we had too, was that we tried to look at other programs that were out there that may have been available to these businesses related to this. And for the first time, I think in history, sole proprietors could file for unemployment. So these people that have these really small businesses had some other avenues where they could get some, because at 50,000 in gross sales, like the city manager said, you're really not generating a whole lot of income into your pocket if you've got 50,000 in sales, you know, depending on what type of business you're in. But so those are some of the numbers, and you know, I did this before. I considered the 125, but if we have 72 businesses and say that went to 15,000, that would be $1,080,000. 61 businesses at 10,000 would be 610,000. So when I ran down that whole list, this says, you know, $2.5 million based on that. That's not dropping to $25,000. So just kind of, you know, keep some numbers in perspective.
And for me, I was just thinking of something, you know, something to say, even if it's $500, you know, that's 125 business, $60-some thousand, which, you know, is the equivalent of 6 of the large grants, you know, to serve 125 people. So I think that's kind of where I'm at, is not necessarily, you know, that everybody's affected by this, and in some ways we are making winners and losers by saying, well, only these people are, you know. I guess that was my thought process. And I saw Councilmember Peterkin had his hand up.
Yeah, whenever it gets time, I've got 3 amendments I'd like to make, but talking about the commercial fishermen, I was thinking about, because of the timing, I wonder, and this might be a question for the panel, is that personal money or whatever, if since they're don't have a business license, if they could apply for that, as maybe we could put that in the criteria. If you're a commercial fisherman and you don't have a business license, you could apply for $500 or whatever, and it could be downstream a little, so they would have an idea whether or not they're very affected or not. Is the next stage, excuse me.
I mean, do you foresee another round of open grant an open season for grant applications for the next round of funding, Paul, or an opportunity to do that?
Excuse me, I meant within the next million we already have. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I was thinking of the timing, going back to the timing part of it.
Yeah, Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin, you're referring to the 900,000 under individual assistance. And again, we haven't started developing that yet, but it would certainly trail this funding by at least a couple of weeks, I would think. I'd say sometime in July would be when that would be rolling out. And we hadn't considered what you're proposing, that it could go towards fishermen that were impacted, but I certainly think that that's pretty open, and it's the council's decision. And if individual assistance, part of that would go towards supporting folks that maybe didn't qualify under this program, to provide them some small amount of grant funding. That's we could structure it in that way. So I do think it's possible.
Okay. Do we want to take a quick at ease and then come back, or is I see, yeah. Is everybody okay with sort of taking a break right here, or I see some. Right, but I see someone wants yeah, let's take a 5-minute at ease.
Hey, Brian?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way it is right
Maybe one or two, but I can't be sure. You know, like I'm thinking of Tom Thomas, you know, I don't know if he does anything besides fish, you know, because he does, you know, blackout and different stuff, or used to, but I don't know if he has another job. You know.
I know guys down in Kodiak, where they go different, you know, there's the crab season, there's the halibut season.
What is 500 is your whole?
You know, but they still might do something else, so I can't say for sure, but that's even more rural.
Guys, they're cooking with, you know, their lids are still up and dried up.
When did it, so I know, or no? Yeah, so what? 0.5.
Good, thank you.
What is it? Trouble? Oh, no.
Oh, you already got it. And close, they're not taking care of it. What do they need money for? What do they need money for? Now, the businesses that they're about to pull.
Well, so
They're closed.
there's two different, definitely two different pots of money. So one was divided using the municipal assistance formula, which has a base amount for municipality, has a base amount for borough, a unified gets a
What's
base
that?
amount, and then it was based on population. So they probably didn't do very well in
My
that one.
brother's isn't.
But the second one, and I don't really understand it real well, is where
Their revenues are.
the state tried to estimate some amount of revenue loss from sales tax, and they would have got a bunch through cruise ship. So I'm guessing the cruise ship size, but
Yeah. I'm
heck,
good.
Now, why would we just make one grocery? 25.
could have, yeah.
I'd rather flip flop.
Where I think what the governor did too was, I don't think they, I don't know if they penalized, but they certainly didn't consider AS 4356 revenue. So that's why, you know, North Slope Borough got really nothing. Valdez got near nothing. Well, and when the North Slope Borough's got $1 billion permit for their fund balance, how do I feel sorry for you right now? Huh? Oh, yeah.
No, I know, but if I.
But at least in Valdez, the residents there, they're paying property tax too. You know, North Slope Borough, you know, I'm sure they've got, whatever, 20 mills, but, you know, what's the, how many are native lots? And how much real assessing is going on?
You're gonna leave? If you stay for less than 5 days, you can come back.
You can make your airport connection.
I don't think anybody's actually, but yeah, if you're an Alaska resident, you know, you can stay for 5 days, Jerry.
What's that?
That new mandate, the new travel mandate. I think if you leave the state, for if you're an Alaska resident, you can stay for 5 days or less.
Leave the 7th, I'm in Alaska on the 7th, so then we'll be on the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. And I'm back on the 12th.
You know what, my guess is there's still gonna be Cheryl
Well, I figured so long as South Dakota doesn't have anything, and at least if I come back, I was reading the one where it said I had to have a
Just
test.
stay out of beef processing plants.
Yeah,
But don't live in
Isn't Smithfield a real Chinese name?
Yeah, they can't count the day you leave and you come back, apparently. It's like 5 days. I made it a month ago or 6 weeks. In anticipation, it looks like it's gonna work, so. And that's when my right now she's in hospice care, so I can see her. But her birthday's the 11th of June, that's why I chose the 11th. Just go do it. So, I've been trying to get back there and I'm medical, everything.
Some things you just gotta do. Don't worry about it.
And South Dakota's having some increases in that, but like I said, I'm not gonna be out.
No, it's not on the western South Dakota. And we're talking about Sioux Falls.
So we'll see.
I just don't wanna see you on TV including something with a mask on, not doing your social distancing.
You know, when Penwell started, we had most of the deaths, that has not been happening. Just a year forward here, and I'm not understanding. It's been under 10 for months, be out there and we're doing this and.
We're testing more, so you get more. But what's happening is they're moving the goalposts.
How's that?
We're moving the goalposts. We were supposed to flatten the curve so we'd have surge capacity in the hospitals. Well, we haven't restarted that surge capacity, but still we're talking about the social distancing. Hope for a vaccine and all of this. It's, we're losing track of
How lucky are you?
the situation.
This crowd control gig you got, man, that's pretty sweet.
He's wondering if a vote is a physical presence.
And that would be a second round.
Yeah, my,
But I've never seen that. Jim and I will share down here.
Starting to be unable to see, so.
what's pollinate crap?
I'm absorbing it all.
Yeah, Bob's been incredibly quiet.
Say what?
Bob's been quiet. Water, anybody?
I just got one, thank you.
Good? No, I'm good, thank you.
Checked last year, Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission issued 315 permits with Kenai Zip. Put in 2019 and 2018,
And that's why we hired you.
but it doesn't mean.
Larry, I'd rather brought you either a chair to sit in, or you can take the microphone back to your chair. It was purely standing for public purposes. Like I didn't have to wipe the desk down after each member of the public spoke. So since it's your space now. Okay. Open up your microphone.
But it's just like the only person that just went.
You're on the record.
I'd like to call our meeting back to order here, and I did have a side bar with City Manager Ostrander on the break there, and he, I think he's got sort of a path forward for concerns that we have for the commercial fishing, individual fishermen in the commercial fishing industry. So, Mr. Ostrander, if you want to sort of just touch on that to give us a little overview, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. So I met with the team here in between, and we talked about the possibility of providing some type of grant program to independent harvesters through the individual assistance portion, like Councilmember Peterkin had suggested. And we think that is viable. Actually, Larry, during the break, also determined that there are 315 commercial permits that have a City of Kenai zip code associated with that. So if you take those 315, of which probably not all of them are being utilized, but that gives you some idea. And if we were to look to provide, say, for example, a $500 grant to those folks because of impacts to COVID, they could fill out a similar type application through that individual assistance portion, you know, which is gonna happen sometime in July. Fill out a similar affidavit. We've been impacted by COVID-19. Sign it. We could have that grant program to provide that flat amount to commercial fishermen that have been impacted, say, at $500. And if it were 200 fishermen that applied, we provided $500 per fisherman. That would be $100,000 of the $900,000 that's in that individual assistance bucket. So that's probably a good way that we can administratively put that together and bring back to council as a part of that individual assistance bucket.
Thank you. And I would say instead of maybe having the license or where we're actually saying if you have landings or as comparative purpose, you might want to just say that the permit had to have landings in 2019 maybe or something along those lines. So it would weed out inactive permits. So that would be my suggestion. Council, thank you for that. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, first I'd like to ask for guidance before I make the amendment. If maybe you can help me answer this, Mayor Gabriel or the clerk. I don't see in here in the writing, prepared document, the allocation between the 2 million and the 1 million from for-profit and nonprofit. Am I missing it? Page 2, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Councilmember Peterkin, there's sort of the allocations or quote-unquote buckets of money.
Okay, so show me where it says 2 and 1 from nonprofit to profit, because I'm missing that part. My page, I didn't find it on here.
Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Peterkin, that is just our guess.
Okay.
So this program, there's 3 million total. There's money available for nonprofits and small businesses. How that breaks out, we don't know at this point.
Well, it's for discussion, Mayor
Yes,
Gabriel. It's
Councilmember
important to
Peterkin.
me because my next amendment would be to change the allocations a little bit. I don't know. I guess I'm looking at Oilers baseball. They're shut down for the year. Boys and Girls Club, they're shut down. Almost every nonprofit I know in our town that I can visualize and drive by or hear on the radio is shut down. And if we're going to give them a bunch of money, they're still not going to open because they're afraid of COVID. No matter how much money we give them, the season's over for the Oilers. They're not having a season. The baseball league ain't doing them. So, yeah, they were affected, and yeah, they should maybe get some money but they're not going to have the expenses of playing. And that's just one instance. But I think of businesses like last year, the Boys and Girls Club auction. I wasn't there, I just heard about it. But a couple of businesses gave a large amount of money to Boys and Girls Club, in excess of $50,000. And if we offer that business $10,000 and we offer Boys and Girls Club, who's closed, $25,000, I can't sign off on this. Just can't do it. So maybe we flip-flop the allocation, and then, but I think first I wanted to address if there's something set where we're at 2 million and 1 million, that was my first amendment. But maybe there doesn't need to be amendment for that if it's just a internal kind of thought.
Excuse me, maybe the thing to do is do you have a best guess, Paul, of like you're sort of guessing it's 2 to 1. If you change the allocation, or you made that the allocation, how would that affect where we're at here, from what, listening to Councilmember Peterkin?
Mayor Gabriel, so if we were to make those allocations, say, 2 million for small businesses and 1 million for nonprofits, as it's currently structured, if we run out of grant funds, then we're going to prorate down to whatever we can to pay all eligible folks. So, for example, on the small business side, we've got it set at those different amounts, 25, 5, 75, and 10. If we have too many applicants to be able to pay at that level, we'll prorate all of those down, whatever percentage below we need to pay everyone out. So if you were to limit either side and the applicants came in to the extent that you couldn't pay for all of it, it would just mean that each one of the applicants would get less money.
So, through the mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Peterkin.
are we gonna allocate it or not, might be my first question. And then if we are, I'd like to change that allocation. If not, I'd go on to the second amendment.
Well, I would have just a quick question from, for maybe Terry, because you might have run the number sheets at 72 at 1 million, 61 at 500,000, so on and so forth. Have you run the numbers if all 71 was awarded grant at that level, and each number per category at the full grant level, what that potential number is, or gross number?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did, and so this again was listening to Councilmember Navarre's, businesses over $1 million getting 15,000. Based on that, you had a program that's right about 2.5 million if 100% of grants were awarded.
For all the businesses that you listed?
Yep. So, there's 72 over 1 million, 60, so on and so forth. If we didn't do that higher tier of 15,000 and we just left anybody over $500,000 getting 10,000, you're going to shave off about $300,000 there. So you're around 2.2 million or so, because you got 72 businesses times $5,000. It's what, 350,000, maybe 360. So you're in the 2.15 million range.
Yeah, but that's with 100%
That is with
participation.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Person.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I could, as Mr. Eubank explained, there are some businesses in there that we know are not going to qualify. There are also medical professions. None of them report sales tax to the city, so you're going to lose some from that 72 who do more than $1 million. They're not qualified, but you're going to have to add in an unknown number of medical practices, optometrists, general practitioners, others, mental health counselors who don't file with the borough, so they're not on that list. So it could be more. I mean, any good medical practice should be doing more than $1 million a year, or they're in the wrong practice. Nothing against
Yeah,
the medical.
yeah, no, I get it. So I guess on the nonprofit side, have you run those numbers to determine what the maximum might be?
We know from Foraker Group how many nonprofits have a Kenai address. We can look at that list and know that they don't all qualify, but there are no dollar amounts attached to those. Because with nonprofits, we're looking not at their sales, because that's not a good indication how big. We look at total revenue, which would include sales, donations, government grants. How big of an operation are you? And we measure that by total revenues, but that we don't have those numbers.
Yeah. Thank you. And I think there's a level of frustration too, not knowing where the borough is going to be here, because if you looked at, and maybe I'm wrong, and I looked at administration and your team for maybe some insight here, but if they're going to, once they disperse their funds, are they going to be more likely to sort of steer some more towards nonprofits, even within the city of Kenai versus businesses. So if we tilt the scale a little bit towards businesses with our allocation, the nonprofits might be able to make up some on the borough side. Any thoughts on? I know it's a educated guess, but just
Yep.
curious.
Mayor Gabriel, I did see their allocation yesterday in their laydown, and as I recall, it was a combined number between small businesses and nonprofits as well.
Okay.
So I don't think that they broke down the allocation, although that's from memory, so I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Councilmember Peterkin.
Well, just a quick answer to your question, and this isn't, I want to say more, but is if there's 1 million in Paul's scenario and there's 100 nonprofits, that's 10,000 apiece, just in simple math. But I mean, it says 100 nonprofits on the paper, and it says if you're doing 1 million to them and 2 million to them, and you just divide it out, that's what it is.
Mr. Persley.
We know that the Foraker list had 100, but we know many of those do not qualify. There is not going to be 100 eligible nonprofits.
Right.
Many of them are going to be very small.
Yeah, I was just using the number you put on there, but one problem I have is if just by these numbers, not by the numbers they know that aren't on here, but by the numbers that are on the paperwork that we've been provided, it says 400 for 400 businesses and 100 nonprofits, and just percentage-wise, if you make it 500 and then divide it out, a fifth of it would be 600K to nonprofits and 2.4 to, just in simple math, 2.4 to businesses. So I guess we've got to get to the point of is there just going to be one pool, and and then I'll go on to the next amendment and see if council.
That's up to us. So, Councilmember Peterkin, if you were inclined to make an amendment to allocate those or proportionally, or
I would
allocate so much per nonprofit, that's at our discretion.
Okay, I would like to amend it, but I don't think, I'm not amending anything that's written. I'm just amending.
Well, what I would suggest you
formula.
could do is take that, the $3 million, and let me pull it up here. If you said, and I mean to make the apprentice for you, but you could say that within the $3 million allocation to business and nonprofit, that we allocate X number for business and X for nonprofit.
I would like to do that, and so would I call it an amendment or an addition?
Correct.
Okay.
An amendment.
Okay, I would like to make an amendment to add an allocation for the $3 million of 2.5 million for businesses and 500,000 for nonprofits.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, second with the discussion on the amendment. Anybody ready to fire off on that? Councilmember next.
I think we're splitting hairs in something that doesn't have really a distinction. I mean, $3 million anymore, although in my bank account, it's not real money. It's not a lot of money, especially when you're dividing it like the way, we're going to be doing it. And whether it goes into a nonprofit here and a business here, a nonprofit is somewhat of a business. It's people, it's an organization and whatnot. It's going back into our community, and it's relatively small amounts when it kind of gets out there. And I think putting sideboards on it down to that level, I don't concur with the amendment because of that. I think that it's not worth splitting the hairs down to that point.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, Councilmember Peterkin.
Well, I guess the way it's proposed to me, and I can't seem to find the part for the nonprofit, but I got the list of for-profits, and it's literally double that we'd be giving nonprofits versus profits by percentage-wise. It is right now. Because if a business, the most a business can get is 10,000, and the most a nonprofit can get is 25,000, it's more than double we're giving to a nonprofit. So that sends a strong message to some businesses in our town that have given a heck of a lot of money to nonprofits. So I guess that's where I'm off on that.
Councilmember Glendenning?
Yeah, I'm listening to all of this, and I think what's been devised by the team is a fair allocative factor, okay? And I'm loath to pick winners and losers. There's a fair application process that will winnow and ferret out the categories and the amount that's to be rewarded. If there's an imbalance or funds left over, we have it within our power to adjust it at that time, but we don't know what we don't know about this. There are still a lot of unknowns, as our testifiers would say. And I would be inclined just to go with what we have, and I know you're looking at the numbers, if not daily, every other day, and you will see if there's a trend that countervails your original estimation. That's how you work your business. If you have an instrument system, the most important element of an instrument system is feedback. Feedback, so you can adjust the position of your valve or the flow through a process. So I think it'd be a little premature to start putting barriers and sideboards on the allocative process. Trust our crew. Trust the team that we have. And if they see something that's been averted or pointed out, you can come to us, and we'll help out as best we can, but right now it's too early in the game. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Navarre.
Thank you. I appreciate where Councilman Peterkin's going with this, but as I understand it, the $3 million there, and if we got 700,000 in small business applications, and we got 2,300,000 and or even 2,500,000 in business, then you would allocate, you'd be able to use the other funds, wherever the allocation is. You're just going to estimate. We don't know. And again, some small nonprofits, just like some businesses, and I understand the dollar amount, but I can tell you the reason they have to, and they raise funds just to take care of the less needed in this community or that. And if you lose, whether some businesses stepped up to help the Boys and Girls Club, it's going to take a lot, because when they do get open, just as Councilman Peterkin stated, they're worried about their liability. Who knows what their insurance is going to be? They're going to have to do safeguards. They're going to have a lot more costs, and those revenues are going to get eaten up fast that way too. But they got to have a plan, and they know it costs money, and that's important. And it's important to me that we protect our small businesses and our nonprofits. And I think the plan that's out here kind of balances some of that. And business, for a profit business, it's a for-profit. We want them to survive. We want to help them out where we can. The nonprofits, they get help from a multitude of people for them to even exist and to provide their service. And there's prenatal care nonprofits. There's, you wait till you see some of the nonprofits that are out there, our hospice and everything like that. There's some that got hurt harder and less, but I'm for letting the $3 million, and let's see how at the end how it balances out. I think we've done a good job. I think we've tried to see if we can help. I don't like leaving out the little under 50,000, but I understand it only amounts to 1% of the whole that, and I think we covered some of them by the fishermen, maybe in the individual, maybe that's where we cover some of those. But I won't support this amendment. I understand it, but I like what the administration's done. Thanks.
Any other discussion, comments? Councilmember Petty.
I think it's been the nonprofits, the allocations there are a bit robust. And it is our for-profit opportunities that donate and support and see to it that those opportunities are there for them with those donations. So I concur with Mr. Peterson in that regard. And so I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the amendments? Yeah, I guess I see where, my thought on it personally, and this is what's sort of running through my mind, is that, I think that, the nonprofits in our community serve the entire borough mostly too, so are going to be eligible for borough funding, probably to more of a level than our local businesses. So I guess we got to, if you go with that and we're sort of expending our money first, you sort of make that call with, hey, can they make up the gap through the borough portion, which hopefully they could, and I think they would. So I'm tending to support this based on that. Clearly, it's not a any sort of slight against nonprofits. Certainly, they do a lot of good work here within our community. But the for-profits are the lifeblood of the community, and that's kind of why I'm thinking of Councilmember Glendenning.
Yes, I belong to several organizations that classify themselves as nonprofits, and by rule, by their own organizational charter, they must give away their money. They can only keep a certain amount. And if they run into a hard spot where they can't meet their light bill or overhead, or they have to lay off an employee, that impacts them just as much as other businesses. If you look at some of the nonprofits that are here, they provide for veterans programs. The two outstanding, the two that I belong to, provide thousands of dollars for scholarships for high school kids. They give their money away. They don't retain it. They rely on volunteer labor, and they have certain amount of costs, certain amount of expectations for building maintenance and stuff. And this is what the application for the COVID money will apply for. It's not to go into their treasury. It's just so they can keep their doors open. And this is my appeal for the nonprofits, is that they reach into the community in very many subtle and unknown ways that perhaps reach those who have not been reached before, and provide, at least in some means, a small measure of relief. And so, based on this plea, I will not be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm not sure where this is going to go, but a possibility would be also an amendment to the amendment to roll over unspent funds from the 2.5, I think you said. If they're unspent, roll them into the nonprofit side. Something to consider. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, and I've a benefit of many nonprofits. I'm a member of many, and I agree with everything Jim's saying. And I'm just asking that we make it fair. I don't want the message from the city to be that we give nonprofits double the amount. It's more than double the amount than we give our businesses. I just think that's unfair, and that's the only reason I'm just wanting to fair it up. If the total number is 500 that we're going off of, and 100 of it's nonprofit and 400 of it's business, you divide it out. That's where it lays, and it just makes it fair. And my next motion is going to be that we true it up. Why give a nonprofit $25,000 and a profit business the most they can get is 10? That what kind of message is that? I want to help nonprofits. I want to give all of them. I write checks to them every year. But I don't want to get into that. That's just I just want to make it fair. Giving nonprofits double than giving for-profit businesses. Until now, that's mostly the only place they get money from is these businesses. that I'm trying to give the same amount to as we're giving to them. If we want to give nonprofits twice as much as we're giving the businesses, hey, that's the message you guys want to do. It's not the message I want.
Councilmember Navarre.
Real quick, and like I said, I understand the concern and what it appears, but just the numbers themselves. Let's give the whole 3 million to small businesses and leave nonprofits out. Because you can't make 25,000 work in both pile, because you're going to use them all up in the small business. You'll go through the whole 3 million. Essentially, it can equal out. It's just the math of here's all these small businesses and here's nonprofits. And so how else do you equate the benefits? They both have employees. As it's been stated, some of the PPP, the payroll thing, and that nonprofits couldn't even hardly figure out how to apply and get some of that unless they were really big. And I don't know of that. Some of the big businesses did. You saw them go out and grab that money. The ones that, the nonprofits that are starting up again are doing it with volunteer, where they had built up to some employees. They want to put those employees back on. But those are important employees in our community too. And at the same time, as I said, there's going to be, we need those nonprofits. They affect a lot more of the public a lot of times than a for-profit business. Not that those jobs and everything, but as we stated, even if you raise the small business $5,000 in each category, you're still, like you say, you look at it, and we talked about it, how much is that going to impact them? How much is that going to make the difference between them staying in business and not? Chances are it's not. What it's going to do is, as we stated, is fill their freezer, make it a lot less struggle for them to move forward with their restaurant or their retail stop or whatever. You're not going to make up all the lost sales. You're not going to make up your employees. I don't know what to do here. I understand the argument, but it can't be equitable. I mean, you can't make it. Or just you're going to have all the money go over here, and you're not going to make a real impact. And I remember at our meeting last, we wanted to make bigger, donate and make an impact. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there of who's given what, that a lot of these nonprofits and charitable organizations, including our own right here in our community with the seniors and their pie auction and that, they had to forego any fundraising, and that was their big fundraiser. And that's what keeps them going and makes donations back, as you know, that affects those seniors. Those are the things we don't want to go backwards. And so I understand the argument. I just don't know. We just didn't get enough money to do everything, but we are trying to do something in all categories and make a difference. And I hope that we just leave and the administration's plan as it is, and let's see what comes out.
Any other discussions?
I have a question.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Ultimately, when we vote on the original amendment, is it something like when we passed it originally, do we all have to agree on it?
We have to have a majority, simple
Okay.
majority.
I was just curious if where we were headed. Thank you.
I get, Councilman Vice Mayor Malloy, you have
Yeah, just, the problem that I have with the amendment is that I think it sort of constrains the flexibility that I understand, they're having with the program as presented. I don't think you can really take, like say that there's 100 nonprofits and 400 for-profits and divide all the money by that, because we're not handing out a grant to every single one of them. We don't, we've heard that we don't know that some of them aren't eligible, that some of them may not apply because they're going to get better programs, through the others. So You know, I think it restricts the flexibility of what we're starting out with too much, in that if it turns out that there's a lot more applications on the small business for-profit side that there are on the nonprofit side, you know, probably we'll know that by the first meeting in July, and we could tweak it then. So I'm tending towards not supporting the amendment at this time, but, you know, looking at it again at another meeting.
Can I ask a question to staff?
Councilmember Peterkin.
Paul, maybe this is a question for you or Larry. So I hear you guys say we want to get this out as quick as we can to the businesses and nonprofits, and I think we all want to do that. When 100 people apply, are you going to mail out 100 checks and then wait for 100 more to apply? Or are you going to wait and get all the applications by a cutoff day and then look at it and go, well, geez, we got a little more money here, we can give everyone a little more by percentage or something? Because not knowing the exact kind of process, I mean, it could help me.
Yeah.
This theory that Bob's presented maybe could work, because I'm just going on this 106 and 410, and then hearing Terry divide it out and say, yeah, if everyone applied, we could write a check. Maybe I heard it wrong, but.
Mr. Ostrander.
Mayor, Councilmember Peterkin, so the way it's written right now, assuming we get passage tonight, the grant program will roll out either tomorrow, possibly Friday. There's still a few things we need to get done administratively. As we receive the applications, we would process them, but we wouldn't make any payments to anyone until after we got done with the 2-week grant period. So they have 2 weeks to apply. So it would start possibly Friday. It goes through the 19th of June. That would be the deadline. At that point, we would wait a few more days because it just has to be postmarked by that day. So we might receive a few more applications over the weekend and through the first part of that week. So about mid that next week, in the 23rd, 24th of June, we would start making payments at that point. So we're waiting till we receive all of them. What we wouldn't do is increase the grant amounts above what we've got here. We're saying up to that amount. The only direction we would potentially go is below that, assuming we had too many applications to fill to that point. So what would happen is if we're able to just pay up to the full amount for everyone that applies, what's going to end up is there's going to be leftover money. There's going to be money left over that then the council would have to make a decision whether or not we would go out to a second grant program with the same group, or maybe it's used in resiliency or individual assistance, something like that.
So I would be willing to just get rid of my motion and then make a totally different motion knowing that. I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, do I have concurrence of the second? Okay. So we're back to the disbursement as presented. Councilmember Navarre.
Maybe, I don't know what his motion's gonna be, but I might attempt, because I thought I heard what I did is, I'd move that any leftover funds of the $3 million automatically be proportioned based on the same percentages that for small businesses. So if there are, let's say there's $500,000, then that $500,000 would automatically go to small business and up. Even if you paid all the 25, the 5, or the 750 and the 10, essentially then you'd give everybody, essentially if you gave the 10,000 an extra 5, then the 750 would get 400 and 200 and 100, whatever the percentages are. And I would be okay with that. So I would move to give small businesses the excess amount if there's any of the $3 million.
Yeah, but are you including the proportional part as part of the amendment too, or just Councilmember Navarre? Are you including as part of the language to proportional it the excess money to the business side, the for-profit? I just want to understand administration if they understand the amendment the way you intend it. Okay.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
I think we do. So if we go through the grant process, 2-week period's over, there's a $500,000 that's not counted for, that's not claimed by the applicants that we have. We would take that $500,000 and prorate it on the small business side to the eligible applicants that would receive through that 2-week period and provide them grants above the amount that's listed in the document, prorated with that $500,000. That's what you're saying, right?
So,
We're guaranteed to pay out $3 million.
so.
I'll second that.
Okay. And that's great, because I was running through my mind as I was going to ask the city manager, once we adopt this, if there's extra money and it has to be spent by a certain time, we're going to have to give it back, because we don't want to, give money back. I don't think so.
I have it.
But I mean, if we were pigeonholed in adopting this plan, obviously we could probably come back in a minute. Councilmember Peterkin.
So I like this. We're getting, I like this, but I still have,
Oh, yeah, there was a second.
I
He did
seconded
second
it.
Yeah.
I seconded it. So, I guess just in discussion, the issue I still have is this little list that says up to 2,500 for 50,000, 100, up to 5,000. I don't need to read it all. And then we got the other list for nonprofits. It's more than double that, and whatever their criteria is. I guess I have a problem with that hitting the press, because when the city of Kenai is given grants to nonprofits for up to 25,000, we're giving them to for-profit businesses up to 10,000. I just don't feel good about that at all. I do like Timmy's idea if it passes. I think it's a good thing to do with the money. I think it's a good way to get rid of the $3 million, because we got to get rid of all this before December and all that. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Okay, any other discussion, Councilmember, or Vice Mayor Malloy?
I support the amendment.
Anybody other? Councilmember Clendenning?
I support the amendment. And, of course, any funds that come out, we'll still have some oversight on, but it's a good first take, Councilor Navarre, and perhaps we'll assuage our discussion and we can move on. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Petty,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin,
Yes.
Councilmember Navarre,
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning,
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel,
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, now we have the proposed plan as amended. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment that we up the amounts on the small business amounts to be closer to the nonprofit amounts.
I think you'd have to probably do a specific amount for administration, for clarity for administration.
Okay. Oh, that's impressive. Okay, we up them all by 25%.
So 25%, but so you'd be changing the lower end, the 100,000, or not, you're changing the,
So just add 25% to 2,500 to 5,000
okay,
to
so you're adding about
7,500 to 10,000.
800 to 2,500, 1,200 to 1,500. But ultimately 12,500 is they would get 10,000.
Yeah, to get a little higher, I guess. Maybe I should have went higher, but we'll start there.
Well, I would, you haven't, no one, you can amend, no one seconded your proposed amendment, Councilmember Peterkin, so if you wanted to dial it in right now, so
Okay,
we're not chasing our tail here.
I'd like to amend that we change the payout amounts on the small business amount by 50%.
Is there a second? Seeing none. Seeing none, the motion fails for lack of a second. there any other proposed amendments to the CARES Act grant funds presented by administration as amended? Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Malloy.
We're voting on the
Voting on
plan as a
The
whole,
plan as
correct?
amended, yes.
Thanks. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Yes.
Councilmember Peterkin.
No.
Councilmember Navar.
Yes.
Councilmember Glendenning.
A proud yes.
Mayor Gabriel.
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtet.
Yes.
Councilmember Petty.
Yes.
Motion passes.
And I just like to thank administration and your team for the work you've done here. I think you've been a leader. As I know, every community across the state got funding, and I think a lot of them. I was disappointed when I saw that, and I understand they changed the memo that came out with on their original budget, but their original memo related to the CARES Fund or CARES Fund spending was simply that we're going to sort of wait to see what Congress does. And so I'm glad you were proactive and thank you for the effort. All of the group. With that, we'll go to resolution number 2020-40, further extending the disaster emergency declaration for the city of Kenai made on March 18, 2020 in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, sponsored by administration. Pleasure, council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to adopt resolution number 2020-40.
Second, request unanimous consent.
Objection.
Objection.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to speak to resolution number 2020-40?
If you'd like to speak to Resolution 2020-40, please raise your hand. Mayor Gabriel, I see no one raising their hand.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, just basically, it's a point of order question. If we could maybe just go hand over hand through the memo and whereases and describe the effects of an affirmative vote on our part. And then it's not said, it's unsaid, you still would have the czar-like aura. And I'm wanting to reel it in just a little bit, but I'm satisfied if we can have a promise of continued fine reports, timely reports from you, and just a tease. Thank you.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was in 40. I read 175 pages last night, so it got a little bit blurry. The mayor must, I wanted to add the mayor must notify us if, of the denials. And then the other thing I wanted to do is remove.
Councilmember Peterkin, what are you referring to right here? Because we're on resolution number 2020-40.
Okay, what is that a page in this or the actual resolution?
No, we passed
Okay.
that vote we did was to pass the plan.
Okay,
So that
apologize.
plan was passed as amended.
So I guess then, it mentions in here 2 times about, it being a pandemic, and I have concern with that.
Are you talking, are we referring to resolution 2020-40?
I believe so. Let me look at it. That's
Okay.
what my notes say. I
So
would-
that was to extend the emergency declaration.
Let me get down here a ways. Apologize. You can come back to me if you want.
Okay. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. While that's happening, there was no memorandum in the packet, and I was wondering if the city manager could give us a report of is this related to, potential future grants and stuff like that? Because I noted that Anchorage is till July 31 and stuff, so maybe you could give us, the supporting rationale. Thank you.
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, and City Attorney Bloom might be able to expand on this a little bit when I'm done. But the question came up that the city's emergency declaration was going to expire. The question was whether or not we should extend it. With our discussion internally, we felt like nothing has really changed since we entered this emergency declaration originally. And I certainly think even if you look at the last 4 to 5 days that we've seen, it appears that we're spiking again. So I don't think the situation has changed at all. So it seemed that extending the emergency declaration made some sense. It does also continue to allow the incident management team, the EOC, to be stood up, and we're still meeting weekly with the incident management team. And there is a possibility that some type of grants in the future would require that you had an emergency declaration. That's not certain, but it's possible. And as Mr. Glendenning stated, it does continue to provide me with the same executive authority that I've had in the past. I will say that in that regard, we've been very careful about utilizing it. Matter of fact, I haven't used it for, I think, 8 weeks now, simply because unless it's an emergency, there's no reason for me to use that authority. But it would allow me to continue to use it if absolutely necessary. Certainly want to defer to council in all cases where we can. But so that was the thought process behind that. And again, if Mr. Bloom had anything he wanted to add, he might be able to expand on what I've provided.
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you. Yeah, I would just like to reassure council that the city manager, I think, has only done 3 or 4 emergency orders, and they've all been pretty benign and reported. We also are mirroring the borough's extension of the emergency declaration, and I think it's still in the best interest of the city to have this emergency declaration in place in order to avail ourselves of potential aid going forward.
Thank you. And I'd just like to jump in there and say that, clearly anybody's free to pick up the phone and call our city manager and discuss certain things with them. I thought he's been really good at communicating. But one of the things that I have concerns about, and Paul and I have had multiple conversations about this, is the upcoming dipnet fishery, and looking at where we're going with active cases and what that might look like 2 weeks from now or 3 weeks from now, where we have to make a decision. It might come to a point where we have to call a special meeting by teleconference to maybe go over a certain proposed ordinance or order that executive order that he would issue, depending on what's going on with active cases. I mean, I'm not that concerned now, and I was less concerned a week ago, but things are certainly wrapping up, and I think I heard or less maybe read where Ann Zink, our medical officer, state medical officer, if I'm sure I read this right, it said something that the folks that had gone to the Kenai, that if you've gone to the Kenai and when you get back home, you might want to consider isolating. So, that was a little concerning to me. So, and I'm not saying she's doing her job, but if we're seeing these sort of increases in cases, and we need to act accordingly. And like I said, Paul and I have had multiple conversations, but it's going to be a compressed time frame, and I think it's important to even see what the state is doing down at the Kasilof dipnet fishery, what kind of controls they might be putting in place down there. So with that, I'll open Mr. Peterkin.
Yeah, thank you. I did finally find it, and I apologize to council. A little disorganized here, but I would like to amend it and take out the word pandemic. I believe it's in here twice, and I just don't believe it's ever been a pandemic, and our president called it a state of emergency, and I just believe that that's the true word for it.
So I guess my question is your amendment to replace pandemic with health emergency?
Yes, please.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on the proposed amendment?
Request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, that amendment passes. So that would replace the word pandemic with health crisis throughout the resolution. We have now have resolution number 2020-40 is amended before us. I think Councilmember Navarre had requested unanimous consent. Is that still?
I have one question.
Well, that was on the amendment, but I don't have a,
I think you had
You
done
did
it
it on both.
both.
is there, already have it?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I just want to say I hope everybody supports it unanimous, because even our policy of us having meetings, I think, as the mayor stated, needs to continue, or we have to go back to the old, and we might need to, and somebody might get sick of one of us and could still Zoom in for a meeting. Instead, you won't be able to participate that way. So we're not ready yet to go back, and this isn't extending the pandemic. This isn't extending the health emergency. It's extending all the procedures that we have in place so we can act immediately instead of and quickly. And I think that still needs to be available to us as a council and the administration. Thanks.
Councilmember Glendening?
Yes, I'm just looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4th, whereas many public and private facilities remain closed or only partially open, gatherings and other events remain canceled, postponed in order to prevent transmission. Just viewing into the future, we've had discussion from some of the other councilors about the dipnet fishery. Do we have the authority to shut the dipnet fishery down based on what evidence? Question mark. Did we have that ability, or we have to work in concert with the state and petition the governor for that?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendening, I defer to Scott on that question.
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Councilmember Glendening. It's a state-managed fishery authorized under state law. We don't have the authority to shut it down. We do have the authority to enact and enforce mandates to protect public health, which could potentially limit access to the beach. You know, in our Constitution is a pretty strong right for the public to be able to access public waterways, but I think that, you know, if things got worse and people were getting sick and they weren't following either local mandates or state mandates, we could enforce those and limit participation, but we don't have the ability ourselves to just close the fishery.
And just so you know, some of the conversation I've had with Mr. Ostrander was working something that would work with the state, something that the state would mandate. So one of the ideas that, you know, was thrown out there was maybe limit the number of people per permits, you know, from maybe 2 people per permit, and that would allow more space down there with more opportunity for permit holders, those sorts of things. But ideally, I think we'd like to see the state, you know, take the lead on it instead of us in reducing crowds, instead of putting us in a position where we felt we had to. Councilmember Glendening.
Yeah, just as a process question, as a city, first-class home rule city, have we taken unto ourselves public health authority? In other words, do we have a straight-up means of saying this, that we can perhaps modify or limit the PU fishery as to, you know, how people work on their state-issued permit or whatnot, or is this again something we would have to work through with the state, and would they listen to our suggestions? I hope they would.
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you. So as a first-class home rule municipality in Alaska, we have all the powers except for those specifically prohibited. One of those specific powers that we have is police powers, and when you're exercising, you know, protecting people's health and safety, those are generally considered to be part of the police powers that we have. So we have the right to exercise our police powers to protect health and safety, but you have to weigh those actions against people's other rights that are, you know, in the Constitution. For example, we've heard a lot of talk about whether governments can restrict people's access to places of worship or things like that. So again, or gathering, and you're weighing different interests in the Constitution. And if it's a constitutional interest, generally that has to be necessary and narrowly tailored, least restrictive means of enact, accomplishing the goal that you want. So do we have powers to protect health and safety? Absolutely. They need to be used in, I think, what you're suggesting, very sparingly. And, this gets more into council and Paul's authority, but I think it's potential to be very unpopular if we were to restrict access to the fishery.
Okay, just one comment, thank you for that illustration. And again, one of my precepts is if we're going to have a debate, we have to define our terms, and you just did that. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Maloney.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, it was, the news is that there's been an increase in COVID transmission in Alaska in the last few days. And I appreciate the fact that, the city manager has been prudent and careful in his exercise of the emergency power. And I think the incident management team and the manager have done a really good job of in the reopening process for city facilities here. So I'm going to support this, resolution. I do disagree with Councilmember Peterkin, because I do think it's a pandemic, but it's not worth it to me to, debate over that. That's why I supported public health emergency in the last one, because it's a public health emergency too. I'm appreciative of all that private business has done to try to manage the transmission, and we heard from Mr. Ruffner about their progress on that, and that those protocols have been working, and that's a really good thing, and our residents have really done a good job too. And I'm really happy we're going to get some money out to our businesses that have been harmed. So, thank you, and I support it.
Thank you. I'll return back to unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2020-40 as amended is adopted. That brings us down to G11. Is that correct? Signs amending its comprehensive schedule of rates, charges, and fees to incorporate changes included in the FY 2021 budget to include adjusting the Kenai Municipal Airport apron rental rates, airport reserve land, annual lease rates, and adjusting the monthly rental rates at Vintage Point. And this is a clerk's note. This resolution was adopted at the May 20th, 2020 meeting. It has been discovered that 5 of the new rates calculated for Vintage Point rents were incorrect. A motion to amend something previously adopted is in order, and as such, appearance on this agenda serves as notice. So, pleasure, Council. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you. A point of order, if I may, for the parliamentarian.
Yes.
I'm thinking that the motion would be to amend resolution number 2020-26 as previously adopted with the substitute that's in the packet. Is this a substitute?
It's,
So there's 5 separate amendments?
I think you could do all of the amendments as one. It's not, you could maybe say amend, like you previously said, amend 2026 as previously adopted.
Okay, oh yes, there's all those separate memos.
Correct.
Okay, there's 5 memos.
5 bullets.
5 bullets.
There's 5 bullets on the memo.
Okay, so I move to amend.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yes.
maybe Councilmember Navarre be better suited to do it.
Councilmember Navarre.
Yes, at this time, I'd move to move to recommend amendments to previously adopted legislation, Resolution 2020-26. Resolution 2026 amended the city comprehensive schedule of rate charges and the fees for fees increase proposed and adopted in the FY 2021 city budget. 5 of the new rates calculated for Vintage Point rents were incorrect and require amendment, so all units will see the same $35 per month increase. The following amendment is respectfully requested. Amend Section 2, Vintage Point rents for units with rental agreements grandfathered per the city's policy before June 30th, 2020 by amending the rental rate for apartments 1B, 637 square feet, Oceanside to $959.35, sorry. The next one is the rental rate for apartment 1C, 682 square feet, Oceanside to $959.35. The rental rate for apartment 2B, 876 square feet, street side to $1,022.39. The rental rate for apartment 2B, 876 square feet, Oceanside to $1,080.17. And the rental rate for apartments 2C, 789 square feet, Oceanside to $1,064.40.
I'll second that.
Your support is respectfully requested.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Moving to second. Any discussion? Councilmember Petty?
I was going to request unanimous consent.
Okay, very good. Unanimous consent was requested. Is there any objection? Seeing none, resolution number 2026 as amended is adopted. That brings us to committee reports. Council on Aging.
The next meeting is the 11th of this month. Do you think you forecast it'll be a Zoom, Paul? I'm thinking that it will, huh?
No,
Council
it will
on
be a
Aging?
hybrid.
Say again?
Hybrid.
It'll be
Like
just
we're,
like
like
this.
like we're doing now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Because I will be asked.
Okay. Airport Commission.
Next meeting is the 11th, and Councilmember Naxted's going to cover it for me.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Harbor Commission.
Next meeting is next Monday, I believe. Am I correct? Thank
Sounds
you.
about right.
Yeah.
Parks and Recreation Commission.
Tomorrow's meeting was canceled, so their next meeting is August 6th.
Thank you.
Mayor Gabriel, can I make a correction?
Yes.
I had the Harbor Commission in my head when Mr. Glendenny was speaking. The Council on Aging will likely still be meeting Zoom. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I
Thanks.
thought.
Okay. And Parks and Recreation.
Yes, Parks
Cancel.
and Recreation Commission, a meeting tomorrow is canceled, and their next meeting is August 6th.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you. Planning and Zoning met on May 27th. They had 2 plats. The first one was Barron Park 2020 replat. It's a city plat, actually, and this is in the vicinity of Dobbins Beck Park. And what this plat accomplishes is it continues a loop where the road is constructed, as you might recall, from Marathon Road back to Dobbins Beck Circle. It also kind of pushed out one of the lot lines a little bit to include the dog park. There were just some little adjustments on that. So the number of lots didn't change. The sizes did a little bit. Oh, there was also a little cutout for a communications tower that's on one of the tracks as well. And that was approved unanimously, recommended unanimously. The second plat was a simple lot line adjustment for the subdivision, Newton Segura subdivision. And this is off Beaver Loop and Juliuson Street. 2 parcels had a slight adjustment for the common lot line between them due to proximity to a building or something like that. So like a little friendly subdivision there. And they did have a little discussion, review criteria for variances. I think they're going to invite Mr. Bloom in sometime to discuss that. The other thing that came up during discussion, I guess maybe when I gave my report, was just that we would be meeting in this forum at this, and that they would also be getting an email from the clerk, and she'll probably give a report on that. But I said, well, you guys are all here and together, what do you want to do? And they said, well, in the end, probably we'll just do whatever council is doing, because that's kind of what we typically do. But I don't know what the result of the poll was, if that's been done, so. Next meeting is scheduled for June 10th.
Thank you. Beautification Committee?
Thank you. The volunteers got out and planted in the end of May. All of our flowers are looking very beautiful as they grow. I'd like to thank all the volunteers who did volunteer their time and help plant the flowers for this season, and they received a thank you certificate for their participation. And the next opportunity for the Beautification Committee will be in September. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petty. Mini Grant Steering Committee, there is no report. Under report of the mayor, I did attend the Avenue of Flags ceremony on Memorial Day over at the cemetery, and unfortunately, they did not have the ceremony at Leaf Hansen, which would normally follow somewhat after the Avenue Flag. So that's one of the bummers of what's been going on here, of not being able to honor in a way we should. I think our folks that gave their life for our country, number one, or even people who have passed away, to give them proper send-offs. It's very frustrating, and on some level, I'm happy to have some sort of sense of normalcy here this evening. On the other hand, I hope we can continue that, and I guess I would have a question of Mr. Ostrander, that if the governor comes out with new mandates, I mean, we could be back to Zooming if we had to, or I'm guessing.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Certainly, if the governor issues mandates similar to what we were before, I think council would have to consider going back to the Zoom platform. Like you said, I hope that that's not the direction we're headed.
Yep, and so hopefully we'll be able to, kind of get back to normal activities. It's, I'm glad to see some of the things that are working. Obviously, within the fishing, some of the mandate that requires quarantine and testing in the fishing industry has produced a number, almost 24, I believe, positive results of asymptomatic people. So if they wouldn't have tested, those folks would have been in the workforce and probably had the possibility of shutting down plants during the fishing season, which would be a disaster. So I don't really have much other to report than it's good to see all you guys here this evening and for what it is. And hopefully we'll keep continuing meeting in person. With that, I'll turn it over to administration reports and the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. It's getting late and we still have more on our agenda, so I'll try to keep it quick. We didn't include a COVID-19 discussion tonight's, because I was thinking I would just combine the city manager's report and COVID-19 discussion, if that's okay with council. As far as relative to COVID-19 facilities, Rec Center, talked to Rachel of the Boys and Girls Club today. They are working towards opening. They're actually still completing cleaning and painting the facility, but they're no later than July 1. They're planning on having the facility open. They're hoping for earlier than that. I also did want to, just for the record, because we did talk about the Boys and Girls Club specifically during the discussion about grants, they are functioning right now. Matter of fact, they're serving over 200 meals a day to kids in the community, which is far more than what they normally would do during this time. So they are still providing services to the community. I just want to make sure I got that on the record. Library, June 1st, so Monday of this week, we did go to computer usage. Katja, the new library director, said that's going really well. They're only getting about 8 to 10 folks a day, but those folks are really appreciative of the fact they can get in on the computer, print out materials, and do those things that they haven't been able to do so for a while. The library has also kicked off its food program, so we're providing curbside delivery for food for kids. June 15th, depending on the next 2 weeks, we plan to open up further to allow for limited capacity, short period utilization of the library, so browse for 30 minutes, then get your books, get out, so that we can keep people in there that need to. Also continue to allow the computer usage. That's for 90 minutes at a time they're allowed to use the computers. City Hall, we opened up on a limited basis. I believe it's been almost 2 weeks now. We haven't seen a lot of use of the facility, but it's nice that folks, if they need to come in and meet, they can do that. I've had a couple meetings down here in council chambers. Mid-June, depending again on what happens over the next couple weeks, we'll probably consider opening up even further. Visitor Center is still open and the Senior Center is still closed. We're hoping that our last furloughed 14-hour employees will be back at the city by June 15th. That'll have all of our employees back. Although I will tell you, over the last 4 days, we've had multiple employees, actually 5 employees, that have had to miss time that is COVID related because of either significant others or their spouses that were being tested for COVID. So there's been multiple folks that are still continuing to use that COVID leave because we are mandating that they not report to work because of COVID-related issues. So that's something that we've seen a significant uptick over the last 4 days. As a matter of fact, the Nikiski fire cases that I'm sure you heard about were directly impacted three of our employees. July 4th, we're having discussions with the chamber. Actually, tomorrow morning, got a meeting at chamber. Their board meeting is at 7:30 tomorrow morning at the chamber, and we'll be talking about July 4th, and both Dave Ross and Bob Frades are going to be there as well. They've been meeting with Jonna to discuss the feasibility of having that event on the 4th. As far as city manager's report, I did have a great discussion with Chris Monfort from Salamanoff Native. They've got 15 kids that are 15 young adults, I guess more accurately, that are working for them seasonally, and he wants to utilize them to help do some city projects. So collaboration between our Parks and Rec Department and Salamanoff Native to get some projects done around town. You've probably heard we are offering free advertising for businesses and events on the DipNet app. Typically that would cost the business $250, but we're going to offer that for free for folks. Terminal update. We have determined that the boilers will be installed at the terminal pending FAA approval that they're AIP eligible. So we'll include that in the project. Again, assuming that FAA approves that they are AIP eligible. Scott Curtin has been working with FAA on that for several weeks. Wanted to talk about the Eagle Cam. We've got 2 eaglets now. We had 260 some simultaneous viewers earlier this week as those eaglets were hatching, which is 5 times the viewership that we've ever had in the past. So a lot of folks really participating. If you go online, it's really interesting to look at the chat for folks from all over the country talking about the eagles. And now there's a push online to name the new chicks, so that'll be interesting. A juvenile eagle attacked? No, I didn't know that.
Oh, I thought it was a cyber attack on the site. I was like,
yeah, I was more worried about that. Bluff erosion, I wanted to bring the council up to date on that. So I talked to the Corps last week. The bad news is that the PET agreement that we were hoping to get done by June has now been pushed to November. But the good news is that there's a Section 221 agreement that goes in concert with this that we still anticipate getting that approved in late June. And the way that this is structured now, it's going to allow significant work leading up to the design of the project to be done on the bluff this summer, later this summer. So that includes geotechnical, surveying, a lot of things that we can do on that project to get us prepared for when the design portion kicks off. It could mean that it could even include some of the design itself. And the good thing about this too is the city will be managing all of these projects. So costs will likely be lower than they would if we went through the Corps. We'll still need to lean on the Corps, still need to get their guidance and their review during the process, but it will allow us to do a lot of work on the project. And then the last thing I wanted to talk to council about is in the laydown packet on the last page is a letter from DOT dated February 20th. And I wanted to get your input on this. This is for the bridge access pathway. You can see their estimate, which, as you know, when we initially applied for this grant, our estimate was $715,000 for the project, now to almost $2.4 million according to their estimate. Our match was 60-some thousand initially. You can see now our match is $216,000. I talked to council about this before. My intent was to go and work with the legislature to see if we can get DOT to allow us to manage the project, which will drive costs down, drive our match down, and the fact that we have to maintain it in perpetuity makes me also want to manage it, because then we have design control, construction control. We know what we're putting in the ground rather than allowing DOT to do it. Because of COVID, that was not an option with the legislature. Once that hit, they just passed the budget and got out of there. So I've been pushing DOT to wait, let me work on this next year during the legislative session, see if we can't accomplish the same thing. And they've been pretty much just playing nice and saying, okay, we can do that. What they told me today was they need an answer. And the two options, and the reason I wanted to bring to council, the two options we've got is we can tell them we want to go ahead with this project right now and pay the match of $216,000, which again is significantly higher than what we had planned. Or alternatively, we can delay this thing to FY22 and give administration time to work with the legislature and hopefully change the management and design of the project so that the city was in control rather than DOT. So I wanted to throw that out to council and get your thoughts. If you're okay with it being postponed for a year and allowing us to work on this with the legislature, or if you'd like us to proceed now with the local match of $216,000.
And Paul, what was the previous match again? I was jotting down, 80, so around 80,000 or something like that?
I apologize, Mayor Gabriel. I don't have that number directly in front of me. It was around, I thought it was 65 to 70,000, somewhere in that range is what we had anticipated.
I was thinking it was like 80,000 or something.
It could have been slightly higher than that.
Okay.
I have a question.
Maybe that was it. Councilmember
Mayor,
Peterkin.
Yeah, how many miles is it? Like 1 or 2, or just perspective?
I believe it's 1.2 miles, as I recall.
So we would get that done for 216 grand would be our cost. And did you ask them about in-kind gravel?
Yeah, through the mayor, Councilmember Peterkin, I did, and they said that in-kind materials do not qualify for the match.
Don't count, okay. I'm good either way, but I still.
I guess my question is can we afford it? I mean, can you, I would say that's our decision, I guess, ultimately to make, but how do you feel there's,
Can't hear you very well.
if there's current funds available to make up the difference, because we had approached 80,000, so we're talking about another 130-some thousand or roughly in addition, so.
Mayor Gabriel, administratively, we had talked about where that money might come from, and I don't know if we had reached a final determination. Terry might be able to provide some input here. One of the pots of money that we determined might be eligible for this would be the Dobbins spec money. So if we were to utilize that, we've got, I think, almost 700,000 in that account, something like that, so it could be used. I think that Terry has some questions whether or not that's an appropriate use of those funds. We'd have to determine that administratively. So, long answer, we do have the sufficient funds to do it. It's just a matter of whether or not we're comfortable paying that level of match.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the Dobbins spec, just because I know it's allocated. We don't usually dip into that fund very often, as long as I've been on council. We have a few times, but it just doesn't seem like we're spending it down. Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I think when I originally introduced this that night, we asked Terry, and I believe, and Terry, you can tell me if I'm wrong, it was something to do with, it had to involve youth and it had to involve benefit the community or something. There was some criteria, and and we felt like it met that at that time. But that's, you know, that's where I had always felt that we should take the money, because at that time, we didn't think we were gonna do that good, and then the stock turned out a little better. But anyway.
Councilmember Glendenning.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I'm inclined to let you work your issues with the legislature and postpone it for another year. We're already into the construction season for this year. I don't think we'd be able to recover efficiently, and our cost merely would go up if we just hurried it. But also, when we're talking about pools of money, I know, for example, we have existing infrastructure that we have not repaired, that we've been aware of for years. And I would strongly suggest that maybe we take care of that before we invest in any new infrastructure from existing funds. So maybe you could work with the legislature and, you know, bring something back to the to our original estimate of, what was it, $76,000, Henry, something like that, in that neighborhood. But we just put a bid package out, I think, here this week, and it's imperative that we repair that structure, because it does provide cash flow for us. And those are my sincere thoughts on that. Thank you.
Councilmember Naxted.
Yeah, I concur. I think we should wait. This number here is not a real number. It's a state estimate. Somebody that we do not have control over, and it can go way up in the end, I think. We don't know. You know, they haven't done a design. There's no soils investigation. Where's the gas line and all, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's what we'll be dealing with on the end. If the city has control, it's the way to go, and the city should, and no slight toward the state, but, you know, it's just how those things go, because they don't care, and, you know, they'll build it, and we'll end up paying. But the existing bridge access road has a wide shoulder. Maybe that's not ideal, but, you know, there is space there for pedestrians and bicycles. In the meantime, it's not like it's a 1-foot shoulder, so I'd be inclined to wait and get what we want, especially if it's a city project.
Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I have a concern by waiting. I understand trying to save the money, but we can't guarantee the legislature is going to give us the authority. And then when it does give us the authority, then we've still got to plan and put it in place. And meanwhile, the Beaver Loop Road will be complete with if I'm understanding the timeline correctly, the pathway will be in place and the whole works. And if we wait and we're not successful, now the cost has even gone higher. And so I just caution you, that's my concern. I understand. I wish it was different. I wish the legislature had given us some direction, but the fact that they didn't, now we're making a call, and we always talked about that loop, completed loop, and that being an important part of the city enhancing its quality of life and those type of issues. And so maybe if we have till next meeting, and you can kind of give us a timeline and say if we don't, and if the legislature doesn't, but if they did next year, what would the timeline be? You know, because like I said, that's what concerns me. Not that I don't agree with some of the same arguments that I'd like to save, but by postponing it a year, that can drive up the cost all by itself too, even for us managing it. So again, I don't know what the right answer is, but I wanted to voice that concern.
Councilmember Peterkin.
Yeah, I agree with Timmy, and I don't like spending another $116,000, but whenever you got someone gonna give you $2 million and you gotta put up $200,000 and you improve the quality of your community like this, to me, it's something we need to do. And then the project's another year off and another year off, and that whole area is getting developed very nicely right now. There's new buildings going up. There's beautiful pavement down Beaver Loop. The bike path just got put in on Beaver Loop. To finish that and bring it here for another $100,000 that we got sitting in the bank in the Dobbins Spec Fund, if we can do that, I think is a no-brainer. I really think we should consider it, even if we put more time, like Timmy suggested, into thinking about it. I think it's a huge community enhancement.
I guess I had a couple, so our original loan grant was, what, $800,000? So when the state upped the estimate for this, were we able to just automatically get those additional grant funds for it? Because I think we applied for.
Yeah, it's the ATAP program, and it started at 700. The first state estimate came out, and I'm talking round numbers, 1.5, 1.7 million, something like that, and then it increased. Actually, at one point it was up to 3.1. Now it's dropped to this 2.4 million. Basically the federal dollars that were appropriated towards this ATAP grant went from originally the 700 and some thousand to the 2.4 million.
Okay, that's what I was curious about. There's nothing that we have to wait to get this additional grant funding approved. And then the other question I had, Paul, is if I remember right, wasn't there a concurrent project that was going to be administratively handled somewhere on, I think around by the War Names Bridge there? For some reason, I thought there was another.
Yeah, there's a walkway project that DNR is conducting through this same grant program, and they've decided to proceed with that project.
Okay.
City of Soldotna also had a project that they had submitted, and they turned it down when their estimate tripled.
Okay. So, but is our cost going to go, I mean, was this supposed to be administered at the same time DNR's was, or was there something that was sort of shared administrative something? I mean, I guess that's what I'm going with. If we wait, are we going to drive the cost up?
No, at one point they were thinking about bringing in an administrator for all three projects, Soldotna, ours, and DNR, thinking that it would drive the cost down, but it ended up that process didn't bring the cost down at all. So this now is an independent project, not reliant on any other projects.
Okay. Very good. Councilor Glendinning.
A question for City Manager Paul. This individual that signed the letter, the demand letter for X amount, do they have signature authority? In other words, they state a number. Is that a firm number, or is that subject to review by a boss or a committee? In other words, we've had bait and switch all along here. What's not to say it's not a continuation of that theme and theory? I'm just being cynical.
Mr. Ostrander.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, this is their estimate.
And they have the authority. That number is an authoritative number.
That number is their estimate that has gone through the DOT hierarchy. Now, as Councilmember Naxted said, if there's unknown conditions that are discovered when they begin designing or constructing, that number could change.
Will, yeah. My point of view is I would strongly urge everybody to let Paul negotiate and bring this to a conclusion. We're too late in the season now to begin a project from the jump, and if it's planned out, we can start next March, April, and begin it. That's 9 months away, so we're close.
So,
go ahead, Mr. Ostrander.
Mayor Gabriel, Councilmember Glendinning. So, if we were to say right now, let's go ahead, they would start the design on this project in July-ish, with the plans to construct in the spring of 21. If we postpone it for a year, that would be postponed for design starting in July, August of 21, with construction in the spring of 22. So we are really talking about delaying the entire project for a year by saying we're going to delay it till FY22.
Is there a cost benefit for waiting a year?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, we are going to have escalation over the course of the year. So the cost of the project will go up 5% or some amount potentially, because you have just increases in construction costs. That's the risk we would be taking. If I'm not successful with the legislature, then it would end up costing the city money. Alternatively, if I were, You know, the administrative cost of 25 to 28% that you're paying to DOT would go away. A lot of the contingencies that are built into this estimate that they base our match on would go away as well. So there would be considerable cost savings if we were able to get management control of this, but there is a risk in that there could be cost escalation if we were not successful.
Okay, you know, again, my overarching concern is that we have infrastructure that needs repair, and I would like to see a commitment to have those repaired, replaced, or renewed before we take on new liabilities. But that's my approach.
Councilmember Peterkin.
I just have a question for Paul. I know this is a terrible question, but just your best guess of percentage-wise of talking them into letting you manage, you think it's 50-50, or you think it's a high percentage?
Mr. Ostrander.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Councilmember Peterkin, that is a tough question. Never having attempted to do this exact thing, it's tough to say. I'd hate to even speculate on what that percentage was. That's why I was hoping we'd have the opportunity this spring, because it wouldn't delay us that significantly. It just didn't happen. So I'd hate to even speculate on what that percentage is.
And I hate to even jump onto this hat where my DOT hat, but I know DOT's been, and not to take it away from Paul, our confidence in Paul to be able to accomplish the project, because I certainly think he could do that fine. But I do know that DOT's been burned on other projects. I'm going to say burned, but been in bad positions by third parties managing work within the right of way. Councilmember Navarro.
Yes. I move we give direction to the city manager to notify DOT that we're prepared to move ahead with the local match.
I'll second that.
Discussion, aside from what we've already heard. Councilmember Glendinning?
Yeah, the money is coming from where?
Well, I think there's assumption that we hopefully, the Dobbin-Sec fund would qualify, is that correct?
I think at this point that would be the intent.
And we have a hierarchy of spending to take care of existing needs on existing infrastructure?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, the existing projects that are out, the city dock, for example, Peninsula Avenue, those are relying on appropriated dollars and should be covered with those appropriated dollars. Any of the capital projects that are on the books right now would be utilizing appropriated dollars that were appropriated either in this fiscal year or previous fiscal years.
And I think I would probably add to that the money, the Dobbin-Spec fund is for, there's certain requirements so that you couldn't use that on a lot of the projects that are probably most of the projects that are in our capital improvement plan.
Yeah, a hockey rink or something, yeah. So, again, my question, I think you have a clear view now of the possibilities. That's Dobbin-Spec money, is that becoming more real for you?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, as the mayor said, the Dobbin-Spec money, I think could be used for this project. And if it can, then that money, there's limited uses for that money. So these other capital projects, this other infrastructure that's within our city, much of those projects we would not be able to use Dobbin-Spec money for. There are some projects I think you could argue that you could, some in our parks and such, you could probably use Dobbin-Spec money as well.
Would it be useful to have Terry give us a fiscal note on this path versus our fund balance? See how it impacts us, or have you determined internally that the money is available and will not negatively affect our fund balance?
Terry could certainly talk to it if you'd like.
Mr. Eubank?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Glendinning, regarding fund balance, if Dobbin-Spec funds are the source of fund, Dobbin-Spec funds right now are our restricted fund balance. Because there's an external restriction. There was a restriction based on the donation that was made to the city by the Dobbin-Specs. So that money's already restricted, so this will have, if that is the source, it will have no impact on our fund balance. In that, no negative impact on our fund balance in that way, so.
But,
No buts.
well, what if the Dob and Spec money doesn't come through, then is it a dead issue, or do we dip into our piggy bank?
If Dob and Spec is not the source, then it will reduce, it would not violate the fund balance policy as we adopted in the budget, because this would be considered a one-time expenditure. But it will reduce available fund balance for future projects and things like that in the future. So it would drop you lower into your range, where we're in the range, it will drop you into the range lower, but it would not be a violation of the fund balance policy because it's a one-time use. The fund balance policy really gets teeth in it when we're talking about recurring operational costs and using savings to fund recurring operating costs, much like the state has unfortunately been doing for years here. So,
Just one more thing. We have capital improvement plans, and we've already set some stuff back from this year to successive years. Are any of those projects superior to the bike path that we were depending on either tax money, grants, or fund balance sufficiently, meaning being stable or increasing? How does this fit into the narrative?
Mr. Ostrander?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Glendenning, when you say superior, are any of those a higher priority than the bike path? Based on the adoption of the capital improvement plan, yes, I think many of them are a higher priority than the bike path.
So is this bike path a bolt-on to that? Have we considered it in our analysis at budget time? Or are we going forward with hopeful heart here without really maybe knowing what the consequences of our fiscal response is?
Mr. Ostrander?
Councilmember Glendenning, I'm trying to recall if the bike path was in the capital improvement plan. I don't have it in front of me. I don't believe that it was in there. It was in there?
It was, I think it was pushed to 2023.
Okay. So it was in there.
I would suggest we follow the guidance that we've already had for 22-23 and allow you to proceed with your negotiations. If you're successful, it'll be a happy ending, and that money can be available for other things in 22 and 23. But right now, it would be, I think, a little improvident, especially to allocate these funds, especially not knowing how we're going to come out on the other side on this tax receipt here. My thoughts.
Mr. or Councilmember Navarre?
Thank you. My motion just reacts to what DOT has requested. We can work out the details. I'm even for asking the legislature if we can still manage it. But right now, what we're saying is we're moving ahead. We still might be able to have the timing for next year. Even DOT is going to be designing some, whether they're complete, to ask to take over and to save the funds. I'm still open to that, but this is something that came up, and as Councilman Peterkin said, you've got if we play around with that, they might reallocate those federal dollars someplace else to some other community, and we can't even match it with the two. Now, I understand the concern of other projects and this, but this is a project that the community supported. They came out and raised it, the issue. We've been working diligently to do it. The Beaver Loop agreement that the city is signing over to manage that road and everything with the upgrades that happen and even some of the costs that is going into there. But this is just a tie-in. I don't see you don't make headway in your city if you leave gaps when you need to make the tough decisions. And essentially, we had already allocated $70,000. We're talking about another 130. It is not going to break the city of Kenai, and it was a project that we would do at some point, and if we wait too long, it'll cost us more than even that additional 130. So I'm for still doing all the things and having Paul still look at savings, have Terry look at where we get the funds. It's going to be an impact to us by this decision tonight. But at the same time, we're building our city for the future, and that's important.
And just Mr. Glendenning, or Councilmember Glendenning, I just happen to have a copy of our capital improvements plan. It was number 11. Number 11 is where it ranked for projects. Out of many, yes. Councilmember Naxton.
I'm not
The
No, I'm
number
going to
11
call on Councilmember Naxton because he hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Well, yeah, we said number 11, where does it fit? What's above it? I mean, where does it fit? I mean, I have no
You'd
number
ask for it,
11.
yeah, I just
Yeah,
happen
what
to have a
other
copy of the plan.
projects?
Yeah, go ahead and hand it to him. I do, I just happen to had a copy of it in my sheet there, so you asked where to come up, so that was the question you asked. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, well, this is part, okay.
Councilmember Naxton.
I think Jim's still talking.
It's under the GF tab, General Fund tab. Well, I guess I'll jump in there and just say my 2 cents. I get where Councilmember Glendenning's coming from. I do get that, but I think that we have to look at some level, the economic benefit of the project itself. We got $2 million project that'd be in the books, starting construction next summer on a year, leveraging federal and state dollars that is gonna be gone. So I guess you have to ask, what do we get for $216,000? Let's just say it stays the same. I don't want to speculate which way it goes. What do we get? We get a quality of life improvement to our city, which hopefully would come out of the Dobbin Spec Fund. And if you were concerned about the money appropriation, as Mr. Eubanks said, that wouldn't affect our fund balance. You could add amendment possibly to ask that this move forward only with Dobbin Spec Fund money or something along those lines. But at the end of the day, you get a quality project for the city. You get the economic benefit of the project. And with that, Councilmember Naxton.
That's basically what I was trying to say, but, I'm not going to vote for this unless the Dobbin Spec money is available for it, and I don't have this warm, fuzzy feeling that it is right now. And this letter is dated February 20th, and we still don't know that it is available for it, I guess. And I know we've talked about Dobbin Spec money in the past for the use. So I guess I would amend the motion to tell the state to go ahead with the caveat that the Dobbin Spec funds are available for this use.
So it's an amendment to the amendment? Is there a second? Okay, discussion?
Yeah, Henry's point is well taken, but if we look at number 11, that's the Bridge Access Pedestrian Trail. That's talking about Bridge Access Road, and it's dependent on grant funding. So I think we're looking at a different thing. But I agree with Henry. If we're going to do this, it would be with Dobbin Spec money, and I'll support that.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with what you're saying there. That I think was published before the increased estimated cost by DOT. So there is discrepancies there, yes, but that is the project ranked as of when that came out.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
If I could, when I brought this, I thought there was going to be more consensus from council than what I'm seeing tonight. If you would like, what I can do is reach out to DOT and tell them that we're going to bring this to you for your consideration, and then give them a timeline. Terry, you think an ordinance we could introduce at the next meeting with consideration at the first meeting in the month of July?
Well, if pushed, we could do it in a single meeting because it is an appropriation which is allowed in code. But I sent Paul a message asking him that because I'm confused when you want to give DOT assurance that we're going to provide a local match, but we haven't appropriated any money. I think it probably is more proper that it be done by an ordinance, which then gets debated and can get voted on, and we can do it at a single meeting at the next one if they have, and then we can flesh out the Dobbin spec and make a true recommendation.
Okay. Thank you for saying, and just for future reference, if that's something you guys can throw out first thing if you want. Yeah. So
we get
I
wrapped
guess we'd
around
have
the
to have
axle easy.
withdrawal of the, do you withdraw your
I'll
amendment to
withdraw
amendment?
if-
Do you withdraw your motion?
Councilmember Axtell withdraws the motion, does the second.
Yeah, concur?
Well, let's slow down the train, because wouldn't, by keeping all of this, send us right into that direction? I mean, if we put the contingency on that it comes from Dobbin spec? Or we would miss the appropriation, I guess. I'll accept the withdrawal.
Okay, and so then, Councilmember Navar, do you want to withdraw your motion?
I think we're gonna be debating the same thing here the next time around.
Sure.
Is there concurrence of the second?
Peter, can you seconded it?
Okay, very good. So essentially what this became is an informational item of what's gonna be happening at our next meeting, is that correct? Very good. It's getting late, I'm getting tired. So I guess we'll move to,
Was that?
Any,
excuse me,
any
wa-
questions, I guess,
Yeah, was that all the manager's report?
I think that was his last item, but I'll open up to questions of the city manager. Councilmember Glendinning?
Yeah, I'm heartened to hear about the dock repair. And we have somewhere in our view, once we get over this COVID business, we can perhaps task our grant writer to see how we can progress with our, the potential to dredge our harbor. You shared with me that you had conversation with the Corps of Engineers and perhaps have a path forward and the requirements that they have and the timeline for it. And I would urge you just to have it a little file in your drawer and some way still keep progressing on it. The 5th of June, I don't have my tide book with me, but the tides are going to be very, very low, and we'll just be able to see the condition of the river bottom. And we're quickly running out of room to moor the fishing fleet, but you are aware of it. Just one thing here, the COVID testing, were we, when the numbers are for the peninsula, are they from the hospital machine or were they sent to the state up in Anchorage? The reason I'm asking is that there was a fault found with the current machine at the hospital, and the borough appropriated COVID money. I thought it was like $400K or something to have the latest super duper up to date, accurate, consistent testing machine that won't show false positives or negatives. Is that the answer you're going to give, or?
Yeah, so through the mayor, Councilmember Glendinning, virtually all the PCR testing that's being done in the state is being done in either Anchorage or Fairbanks or in clinics in Anchorage and Fairbanks. The hospital, the only testing they have is an Abbott rapid test, which they said they've quit using because it's not accurate at all. Their PCR testing capabilities at the hospital right now are very low, and they haven't tested any of those this year. So the $650,000 or $600,000 that they appropriated is for, my understanding is it's for a lab that would allow PCR testing for COVID.
And it would be available for future variations. In other words, it's state-of-the-art, it's flexible, adaptable. Money well spent. Okay, and also you mentioned the...
Microphone?
Yeah, excuse me. You also had mentioned the Mini Bluff project over by the senior center. That's underway with the street. You mentioned it, escapes me now. It's late.
Peninsula Avenue.
Peninsula Avenue, yeah, and that's well underway. We're going to use material from across from the armory to bolster that. Is that the progress?
Yeah, potentially. It depends on who wins the contract for that. But yeah, it's out on the street now, and I believe it's out on the street for a couple weeks. similar schedule to the dock project.
And then the testing facility over at Beacon, is that been proved out? Is that ready to go? Have they done their final punch list on it?
I don't think the final punch list is done yet, but they're very close. I think there's one outstanding change order that there's some conflict over, but it's very close.
Good, then we can start providing a service with that too. Good job. And that ends my interrogation.
Any other questions of the city manager? Seeing none, we'll move to the city attorney, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I don't have anything to report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of the city attorney? Councilmember Petty?
Yes, in the personal use fishery, is the city in any type of liability for COVID challenges that might come if there's an outbreak due to that, please?
Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, Council Member Petty. You know, I think where maybe our liability would be if we provided like bathrooms and people got sick because a bathroom was contaminated and we were negligent in our cleaning. But I mean, just people using the beach and us not stopping them, I'm not sure that, I mean, we can always get sued. I'd have a hard time seeing where our liability would be. But, you know, there's certain spots where there's certainly potential liability. If we managed a campground or that sort of thing, like, you know, but.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Bloom? Very good. We'll move to the city clerk, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel, members of council. I have nothing to report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the city clerk? So we'll see an invite from her for a work session soon. Seeing no questions of the city clerk, we'll move to additional public comment. Is there anybody from the general public that'd like to address the council at this time? Seeing and hearing none, we'll move to council comments and start at the back. Councilmember Peterkin.
I'd just like to say it's good to see everybody and good to meet in person, and we got a lot on our plate and important stuff, so I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarre.
Yeah, I think we need to order some more chairs for the assembly or the council chambers here. We only have a few for the public. No. I'm glad they left the extra 15 instead of just having 4 chairs in the room. But that's where we are today, and we're getting through it, and I think our public's getting through it, our businesses are getting through it. None of this is going to be easy on any of us. I think some of the work we did today and the funds that became available from the federal government to the local, to the state, to us, is a start. And I just hope things turn around and our numbers start looking a little better and we can be back doing positive things for our city. Until then, I think we do have to watch our pennies, but at the same time, look to the future. So, with that, I'll see you next meeting. It's good to have everybody back in the same room. I think it's working. Just nobody introduce a radical resolution that'll bring the public in. But with that, thank you.
Like a cat walking ordinance, maybe, or something like that. Just Councilmember Petty.
I'd like to thank the individuals who donated the resources over to the animal shelter publicly and put that on record. Thank you very much, and that ends my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Glendenning.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Yeah, heartfelt thanks to Terry for helping us keep our numbers concept straight and the order of operations that we can't appropriate money without an ordinance. I thought that was just brilliant. And Paul for laying in there with us for all our inane questions, but we came through it, and I know we have a good plan for this COVID money. We have a timeline, you have a good team, and good thoughts, heartfelt thoughts, and I know we'll come out of this on the other side. The COVID, I don't know. Where we've flattened the curve, we just can't necessarily move the goalposts, and we have to go on with our life. Probably if I tip over, we can shut the city down, but I've agreed to have Henry have my iPad and Timmy gets my gun safe, so I think I've taken care of my social duties, and that's my attempt at humor, and again, thank you for all your work.
Who's getting your gun safe?
Timmy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm being shorted here.
Yeah, me too. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. I want to thank Assemblymember Cox for participating virtually in our meeting. His input was very helpful on resolution number 2020-37. And I thought that we had a really good discussion, and we made good amendments to that resolution to send to the Borough Assembly for their consideration when they're working on ordinance 2025. And I think that we had a really good discussion, did good work tonight on everything on our agenda, and particularly, resolution 2020-39, approving the grant disbursement program that we did. It took a long time, but I thought we did good work there, and as well as supporting the extending of the disaster emergency. And thank the management incident team and city manager for their careful and deliberate work in managing the public health emergency we've had so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Malloy. Councilmember Naxton.
Yeah, just wanted to mention that Beaver Loop paving ended today, and there's probably another week worth of work. You figured 10 days a couple of days ago, so probably the end of next week and it'll be done. And I want to thank Mr. Ostrander for listening to me as I called with some concerns and trying to get some help going on a few little things. But the job has actually gone very well. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Naxton. And we'll move to item L, executive session. Vice Mayor Malloy.
Thank you, Mayor Gabriel. Move to convene the City Council of the City of Kenai for discussion of the facility management agreement for the Kenai Visitor and Cultural Center pursuant to AS 4432-310C13, a matter of which the immediate knowledge may have an adverse effect upon the finances of the city, and a matter by which law, municipal charter, or ordinance are required to be confidential, and request the attendance of the city manager and city attorney as may be needed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Peterkin?
Yes.
Councilmember Navar?
Yes.
Councilmember Glenn Dunning?
Yes.
Mayor Gabriel?
Yes.
Councilmember Naxtat?
Yes.
Councilmember Petty?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malloy?
Yes.
Motion passes.
And didn't we request of the city attorney and the city manager? Very good.
Mayor Gabriel, because of the, your guys' need to meet in this room to keep social distancing, I'm going to end the live YouTube live stream and the Zoom meeting at this time. And the information can be available from the clerk's office in the morning if anyone is interested.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So we'll stay right here, council. I mean, we'll take a couple minutes to stretch your legs, and then we'll